Good morning, good afternoon. This is Nate. Thanks for joining Nate Flies. We will be flying around the desert again. May or may not have to do a go around. That will be the excitement. Enjoy some King Gizzard and Lizard Wizard. I will be back in about 5-10 minutes and we will get this show on the road. Hello, everybody. Every nobody, somebody. This is your friend Nate. Thank you for joining me. Today we are in XP12, and we are continuing our refamiliarization with the ZIBO mod Boeing 737 and flying from Las Vegas to Tucson. And I think I have time for the return leg as well. So it should be a nice, fun stream today. In the way of introduction, again, my name's Nate, and I'm just some guy. Around during the pandemic, when I was getting all stir crazy and whatnot, Microsoft Flight Simulator came out, and I really, really enjoyed it. And I've always had a kind of interest in aviation, especially these big jetliners. And so I thought to myself at one point, well, how do you actually fly these things? They are complicated machines. And so just like anyone else, I went on, like anything else really, I went on YouTube and you search how to fly Boeing 737, and what do you know? There's people out there who will tell you how. So little by little, especially I started watching a stream by a guy named Blackbox711. Shout out to Ollie, who was a real world pilot, and he's flown all kinds of aircraft and has really fantastic instructional streams and also live streams. And so I started watching that and started practicing, and you know, I've been trying to do, even though we do like to have a lot of fun on this stream, don't get me wrong, that's still that's what we're here for. I do try and follow sort of real world procedures. If you're going to do something, do it right, as they say. And the funny motto for this stream is self-improvement through flight simulation. And so we're just going to try and keep improving in the sim. And there's two reasons for that. One is to make it more overall enjoyable, and also because I'm very interested in flying on VATSIM more. And that is a large global online ATC network, and with thousands of people at any given time flying in Flight Simulator in a multiplayer mode. And it's a really cool community. I've gotten to meet a lot of really cool people through it, and I just want to get better and improve so I can have more fun on VATSIM too. And the idea with this stream was I started recording myself in OBS, because when you start learning these aircraft, there's so much that can go wrong, and you don't even know what you're doing wrong. And so by recording the streams, or my flights, excuse me, I was able to start getting a sense of what was going wrong, what was going right, and that really helped me kind of level up my game. And then the other part too is I just started realizing talking out loud helped me keep all my flows straight and kept me on track, and also helped me identify some things that I was doing wrong, and some things I was doing right, and just trying to build off that. So I started doing that, and I like talking to people, and if I can talk to people and fly at the same time, if you are a flight sim person, I'd love to say hi and chat about flight simulation, and also all the fun gear and stuff like that involved, or just aviation geeks in general. And to that end, I love this. One of my favorite paint jobs, livery they call them, is this kind of new standard Southwest livery. And so Nate likes flight sim, Nate likes the desert, and so that's what we're doing today. We're going to be flying over the desert and practicing some basics, because I've only gotten into this thing, this aircraft. I've flown a bunch, but it's been a minute. Now there's birds flying around. Birds are the most dangerous thing to pilots. So the idea here is I start with this aircraft. It is cold and dark, one of the best expressions we get from the flight sim world, or really the flight world. And I am going to go through the actual startup procedures for this aircraft. As you can see, there's lots of buttons and knobs and switches and levers and gauges, and you've got to do like math sometimes. It's a whole thing. and I find it very rewarding and challenging in its own right, and also just very fun and relaxing. And so I will be going through this. I will be talking to myself, and like I said, all in the way of sort of trying to help myself improve. And for today's, and so I should just say as a disclaimer, don't do or say anything I do. We are just having fun, and I am mostly talking to myself, but I'd love to talk to you. But if you have any questions or things like that, feel free to ask, and we'll make attempts at answers as best we can. But without further ado, I think let's get started here and set this aircraft up. And so thanks again for joining me if you're here. Get rid of that. And just what's been going on this week is last week I was sort of testing around another Boeing, and I really like, this is the ZIBO mod in XP12, which is my new simulator of choice, and really enjoy XP12. And the ZIBO was one thing I first got started with, and I really enjoyed it, and I want to come back to it because I think it's a really great aircraft, and it is free. How about that? The best things in life are in fact free. So we are in a cold and dark aircraft, and we are going to go ahead and get started here. So first things first, I go up to the overhead panel and start setting up a few things. So I'm going to want to flip the battery on. And we do have ground power, so I'm going to go ahead and just crank that on. Ground power is on. We see the aircraft starting to come to life a little bit here. You'll see it start loading. Finished doing some of my preliminary stuff. Nate likes a little lighting up on his panel here. Can arm the emergency lights. We can get our seat belts and no smoking signs on. But I'm typically a smoke 'em if you got 'em kind of guy, so don't worry about these sort of things. So we try and stay, like I said, I kind of try and do this fairly, I'm going to be very self-deprecating on the stream and joke about how professional I am as I mess up God knows what. But this is so we'll have fun, but we'll try and do this thing how it is. So I'll turn that trim arrow on. This panel can stay how it is for now. And let's set our panel up here. So the one thing we got going for us, I'll show you our routing in a second. But we do an actual full-on flight plan. And so with fuel and predictions and winds and all that good stuff. And we'll have charts for how to actually fly these routes. And so we'll do most things, as close to kind of real world as we can. And it's a lot of fun seeing how good you can do it. Because I am also a big believer in the power of simulation itself. And I think there's something to be said. These aircraft these days are... Now, I'm not the kind of guy who's going to say you can fly this thing after you learn it in real life or anything like that. However, it is just a really cool kind of experience. So we're going up to flight level 370 today. And landing altitude is actually something like this in Tucson. We'll double check that before we take off. So our panels and manual is to make sure people's heads don't explode or pass out, I guess. And let's go ahead and throw a position light on, and that should be it for up here for right now. Okay, cool. Aircraft is coming alive. The last thing I need to do is align the IRS, which is it's a system that essentially tells the aircraft where it is in space, and hopefully I have it on fast align. All right, yeah, cool. We're gonna have only take 1 minute. This usually takes like 10 minutes, but we're okay for there. So you're going to see a bunch of things beeping and coming to life. I'm going to hide the yoke for right now so we can see a little better. And the other thing I should say is in the real world, as it were, in front of my desk here, there's really great. My other favorite thing about the hobby is all the toys. And so I've got the they make these panels with all the buttons out here, and so I've got this thing all set up. I've got the honeycomb throttles and rudder. So if you like flight sim gear, want to know more about kind of what the gear is like, holler at me, and I'll talk about the gear and show you some stuff. So the IRS is aligning. Do kind of a recall check here. Everything's looking good, and we are going to. The only thing I'm not going to kind of do today is some of the ground service stuff. Like when the aircraft is already loaded, and that's kind of good enough for me. I'm not going to do kind of the cabin will ding us about stuff, but I'm not too concerned about that kind of stuff on these flights. If we want to get really into the cosplay, we'll do it at some point, but not today. So that's where the start flight leg and all that, but we're going to skip some of that. But in terms of the ground services here, I'm going to go ahead and start closing up the doors since we are loaded. We'll get rid of all these guys. And we'll go ahead and get the aircraft started. So first things first, set up our flight computer. So I'm going to fly down here to our flight computer, and you can kind of follow along with me. We've got a message that's going to be the IRS getting aligned. I need some lighting for my main panel. So here we go. So we're going to go to our flight plan, and just to give you a little sense of what's going on today, also, I can show you, here's on Navigraph charts, what our actual flight plan is today. And we will be going from Vegas. We got this nice approach out over Vegas, and we will be turning back, fly over, I think we fly over the Grand Canyon at some point here. This is some of my favorite country in the United States, so we get to fly over that and come down into Arizona and go to Tucson. Tucson is a really cool town. I really love Tucson, and so that's why I'm flying into Tucson. And we'll look at some pictures. We did some go-arounds in Tucson the other day, and I have some things that I feel like I can improve on too. So this is our flight plan for today. It takes about an hour or so. The winds are swirling around in Tucson, so we may have to change our approach as we get closer, but I think we'll be okay. They've been switching runways like all morning, it seems like. So that is our actual flight plan. And if you need just some geographical awareness, here we are, southwestern United States. It's great out here, and we'll just be cruising across some canyon lands down into Tucson today. So let's now set up our flight computer. And like I said, I just kind of talk through this stuff, and that helps keep me on track. So let's go ahead and jump into our FMC, flight management computer here. And it says verify position, enter IRS. We'll do that in a second. So you do some stuff, like make sure you actually are sitting in a 737-800, which we are. We've got a good database. So that is good. Our we've got Windows Update in here. So let's tell aircraft where we are. So we are in Las Vegas, Kilo Lima Alpha Sierra. That is our reference airport here. And I'm gonna page down, and we can grab our GPS left position, copy it into the scratch pad, go to the previous page, and now set our IRS position. And that will start kind of, you'll see, we'll start locating us in space here. So cool. We got our position somewhat set here. Let's go to the route page. Got a message for us. Let me punch in KLAS here. I'll give us the message in a sec. Our destination is Tucson, so that is Kilo Tango Uniform Sierra. So there's our destination, and we are southwest. So Sierra Whiskey Alpha, and my generic 4622 call sign. There we go. I do have. Do we want to get froggy and see if the flight plan request works? Let's click it and see. I have SimBrief integration, so that's something if you're getting into flight sim, definitely one of the necessary things I think is getting your charts all together. I don't know if I have the ZIBO totally set up. for getting the request. Looks like maybe not. Oh well. I might not have my folders set up quite right, but that's okay because I like to punch in things manually. So what we'll do is set our departures and arrivals, and how these airports work is we have our routing here, and I will go ahead and show you on the charts what this actually looks like once we plug it in. But all these airports have a standard instrument departure to get you the hell out of here. So we will be taking off runway 26 right. And the standard instrument departure is the Razzler 3. So we'll select the Razzler 3. And there you can see our transition is Zane. So we'll select that, press route, press activate, and execute. And that is our departure set. I'm going to go next page. We can see our routing there, and I'm going to keep punching in. All we have to do at this point is go direct to Delta Romeo Kilo. So Delta Romeo Kilo, which is a VOR. And then we are taking Juliet 1111, which is like a highway in the sky. So Juliet 11, put that on the left side there, to Papa X-Ray Romeo, which is the Phoenix Sky Harbor VOR, another VOR station. So we'll be flying over Phoenix. And there we go. So I'm going to go ahead and execute that, and I'll go into our departures and arrivals, and on the right side here for Tucson, you see on the top, I will click that. We have our standard approach. That's what a star is, and we're taking the good old Dingo 6, and our transition is that Phoenix VOR, and I'll at least plan right now. We'll see what's happening, but we're going to take the RNAV Zulu runway 30 because it seems like the winds are that way. Interestingly enough, it is raining a bit in Tucson. So the transition, that's what we'll want to kind of look at now. So I'll go ahead and look in the charts and just kind of show you what that's like. So here we have our weather information here in Las Vegas, which we will kind of study a little more to make sure we are doing everything okay. Here is our map of Las Vegas. Here is that standard instrument departure, which we will check on in a second, but we're essentially doing this. We're looping down and around, flying out to the Razzler, and we'll read through this. Then we'll be heading to Tucson. This is what I want to see. I'm curious if it's what the... So yeah, it's variable 4 knots right now, so it should be okay. And it was actually raining there earlier, which is, I mean, who would have thought? But here's that standard instrument, or the standard arrival, this Dingo 6. And what it's telling us is that we're going to be, when we've selected that transition, we're going to be kind of joining up with it here, flying to Stanfield, and then hitting Dingo. And I think... for the RNAV 30, we do just want the RNAV Tucson 30 EMA Dingo. So yeah, we just are going to want that Dingo. We're going to hook up with the final approach here. So Dingo. And let's go ahead and execute that. And now we should have something approaching a flight plan here. So I'm going to zoom out. We'll look at our map. And our flight computer and our charts again to make sure that everything is still cool. So up on my EFB here, or my EFIS panel, make sure that's looking all good. Yep. I will go into plan mode, and on our legs page, I can step through. So let's see if we've got something that looks consistent with our departure. So we're taking off runway 26, right? And we can read on the charts here some things, some rules. We know that. Some stuff about speed. But mainly you come down here, you find the runway you're taking off from. So climb on heading 259 to intercept course 249 to cross Rudy at or above 4,000. So you see here, 4,000 above. 230 knots, and then track 189 to cross cells at or below 8,000. So let's check to see if we've got some of this stuff in. So I'm gonna just like step through. That'll take us to Rudy. There's cells, and you can see 8,000 below here. So awesome. One thing I'm gonna do is put my, what is it? There we go. My route data on, so I can kind of see it just on the map here. And yeah, and essentially we are just kind of making sure these restrictions are in, and that we have a reasonable flight plan. So, Stelz to Tone, Vivs to Razzler to Roke, Zane to Dirk, to Phoenix, to whatever that VR is, Tango, Foxtrot, Delta, Acer, Dingo, Mava, Vectors, Dingo. So let me see if I can, I wonder if that's actually on the, I would like to actually just go, bring this thing up. It won't let me do that because I got the star in there. Can I delete the Mava? And all of them. Okay, so Pixar, let's keep stepping, execute. Pixar, TFD, Baser, Dingo, Yeti. Alright, it just had an extra waypoint in there, so I just wanted to keep that. And we can see if we look on our arrival, here's that Ugeti, Every, stuff. And it looks like we've got some restrictions all looking good here. There will be our approach. Got an interesting, that's a very interesting missed approach there. Has us doing a little loop. The ZIBO doesn't think it can get above that in time. So that's actually should be interesting if for some reason we have to do a go around, which we may want to do. Surprise. Nate is still practicing stuff. So okay, flight plan is looking good. I'm happy with that. Go back to our legs page. Things are starting to come together here. The only other thing I'll do is come up here and let's set up our MCP panel with at least some of the settings here. So our first top altitude, so we want to be above 4,000, max 230. I do like looking at Las Vegas. We can say under 8,000. So I'm just going to go kind of up to 8,000 as our first altitude. So I'm setting that on the panel here. Go ahead and turn the flight directors on. The initial heading out of here was, as it said, 259er. Before we take that little turn, so there's 259er. And our course out of here today is also going to be here. Set that. Also, some of the plan for today is since we have, I'll set this to 25, the other course. Well, we'll see if we want a VOR station or anything like that. But we're just on an RNAV departure, so I'm pretty happy with just the basics for today. All right, cool. So I'm going to go down here now, and let's go ahead and jump into, we'll get our stuff up, going to the init ref, and since we're all filled up already, I can go ahead and pull our ground weight just from the aircraft, which is nice. And let's look at our other stuff today. So our cost index, our reserves today, I took a little bit of extra fuel just in case something bad happens. So 6.5. 1,000 pounds, and the cost index today is 17, which is fairly low. It's kind of about it's a sort of relative to the cost of gas and how aggressive your engines are going to be using. And so flight level 370 is our altitude today. This is not a very long flight, so I'm just going to go ahead and put our sort of general cruise winds in here, or average winds at cruise. And the temperature up there is going to be, oh no, I have to do Celsius conversion. So yeah, here's where math starts in. So top of climb is minus 47, which is like, now what happens when you put this in here? I always forget which one it... Oh, okay, here we go. So minus like 48, I think. Because it wants to put it in Celsius. What is the top of climb is... minus 47, whoops. Alright, that'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Okay. That is our performance init setup. Execute that. On the next page here, just some limits. All that's looking good. And I will now go to the N1 limit page. And here now, one thing for any flight sim folks, I did download the plugin in the ZIBO for the performance takeoff. So that is very nice to have added now. So we said we're taking off 26 right. We're gonna take the full hog. It is dry outside. Let's get the weather once again. So the weather today is, let's go over here. So reading our METAR information, the wind is 180 so we're gonna have a little bit of crosswind, not much. 5. The outside air temperature, woo, hot. It's 38 degrees C. So in freedom units, that's very hot. The QNH is 2989. Let me see something. Is this thing smart enough to not have? No, okay, it's not. So it is smart enough to know I'm using American 29.89 inches mercury is the barometric pressure here. Rating optimum, the flaps 5 takeoff, air conditioner definitely on. We're not crazy people. And our ground weight today is, let's go back here. So 141.3. 141.3, and our CG was, put an N1 limit. Let me go, it'll tell me over on this page. I'm going to cheat a little bit here. It's going to delete all these. Our trim is 18.2, or trim, excuse me, center of gravity. All right, and now this is awesome. I'm so glad that ZIBO has this now. And cool, we've got our performance takeoff calculations. So flaps 5. We're going to be doing a derated takeoff, and we've got our trim and our speeds. So, okay, cool. Everything's looking good here. So let's go ahead and go back to our N1 limit page. The select temp was 43. So 43. And that's sort of a way of reducing the engine thrust. So there you can see, kind of tricks the engines into thinking the temperatures are different. And our V1 speeds are 140, 140, 144. And we're just going to do climb. That's fine with me. Flaps 5. There's our center of gravity. And so you can see the... there. I'm going to turn the QRH off. And let's go... 140 V1. So that's the speed you have to decide to hit the brakes or commit to your takeoff. It usually, or not usually, but often coincides with the point at which you just do have to take off. And then the V2 speed is kind of our lowest speed that we can take off if one of our engines blows up. So 144. All right, cool. So that is most of our pre-flight complete. I'm gonna go to the next page here and change our acceleration height. So really, this tends to be more like 1500. So our acceleration is 1500. We'll do an NADP2, and our thrust reduction will happen at 1500 as well. So we'll give ourselves a little room. We'll take a nice hard, fast takeoff today. So we're only reduced a little bit. So we can see we've got our derated takeoff, select temp. Things are starting to come together here. Let me set my standby instruments. All right, that is set. And let me welcome to the chat our good friend Santa Owns, and I'm streaming during nap time, which is fine. Hey man, as I told you yesterday, flight sim streams are like ASMR streams. You know, I've got a very soothing voice, don't you think? Ladies love Nate's voice, so you might too. So if you're feeling a little sleepy, just go along with me. We hear that the hum of the soft hum of the aircraft. Santa, you feel yourself? Yeah. Hey. So, I mean, I can try and keep you awake too. But, you know, since this is a very professional stream, nothing crazy. I am going to do a go around. I'm going to, just for you, I'll let you know. But that's not for like an hour. Let me huff some oxygen. Let me drink my coffee. Here, let's drink some coffee in real life. One of the most important things. I'm gonna do some final little setup, and then I'm excited because I've got finally my audio checklist back working, and that was one of my favorite ZIBO things. So the QNH, what did we say, was 29 or 89. So let me go ahead and set that here. You can see this is set the standard now, and I actually. Well, let's go to baro minimums here, and 2989 is set. Vegas is the elevations change a lot when you drive around the Vegas airport. So let's make sure everything is set. 2989er. Okay, and standby instrument 89er. All right, cool. So all this stuff is good. Let's keep setting up the aircraft. Go over, let the V speed 144, right? 144. We're close. And this will be an LNAV, VNAV takeoff today. For our buddy over here, give you legs page. I will give you, I like you with the center map mode. I'll zoom you out to about 40 miles. And we will hopefully remind ourselves to give someone terrain today, because there is a lot of terrain around here. All right, cool. Things are happening. I'm getting pretty excited here. So here's what I was saying. I got my audio checklist now.
Safety inspection checklist.
Yeah.
Surfaces and chocks.
Checked.
Maintenance status.
Checked.
Battery.
On.
Electric hydraulic pumps.
Really?
Okay, so a couple things will be different because this checklist is a little bit different, so we'll at least get used to this checklist. So
On.
Engine hydraulics
gear
on
lever.
already.
Down.
Ship's library.
Checked.
Safety inspection checklist complete.
All right, awesome. So let's get the. So yeah, I love the audio checklists. They're nice, and so now I can get the yaw damper on. And let's get the auxiliary power unit going. I think we're about ready to rock here. So I'll turn a pump on, fuel pump for the APU, which I'm still not 100% sure if you have to do that. Have to do that. Alright, things are looking good. Turn an anti-collision light on so people know things are happening. Turn a logo light on so people can see us. And right now with the APU startup, there's a turbine engine in the back of the aircraft here. So on Nate Fly's stream, we like looking up backsides of aircrafts. The cloaca. Although I guess it's not really. It is and it isn't. But yeah, a panel opens, air gets sucked in through here. Or is it here? And there's a turbine engine here that is going to be used once we get off ground power that will help start up the engines. And here's my, man, I love these Southwest livery. Don't know why, but I do. All the, you know, primary colors. Okay, so we'll look up here. APU is avail. So let's go ahead and get the APU going and get off ground power. All right, so as you see, I kind of go through these things from top to bottom, and that just keeps me on track here. So we want X auto. You do see pressure because isolation valve APU lead air on, because I didn't forget, but I have the air conditioner connected. So now we will disconnect the air conditioner. Go ahead and make sure our parking brake is set. It is set. I'm gonna go ahead and remove the chocks. I believe I'll look up here. We can see if all of our doors are closed. Yes. And with that said, I go up here, I go flight, I go ground handling window, and let's detach jetway. Full immersion. Okay, we are on the APU, and so I will go ahead and we turn ground power off. I shouldn't stop in the middle of things. While we are still looking up here, let's remember 2643. Yep. All right, so our elevation is already set. Nice. So ground power, GPU disconnect, and let's get our pushback going. Let's look at our map here. We were taking off runway 26 right, so we got a ways to go here. We're going to push back and face to the west, this D1 here. So better pushback, request pushback.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
I believe we'll let them push us all the way back here.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
So, tow is driving up. I don't have to do this again? Okay. Sometimes with better pushback, you got to kind of think through what... Sometimes it just sits there at that setting. Oxygen. All right, cool. We're getting real close here. Since we're about to get started, I'm gonna go ahead and turn all our fuel pumps on. Here's our APU gen. Tell everyone to full buckle. Auto, I turn that on.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Okay, hopefully he will connect. Recall. So let's see if our audio checklist wants to do some stuff. So let me come down here. I need a little more lights for myself down here. Like I said, I'm not doing a lot of the the cabin announcements, things like that. Our nav. So as I was saying, one of my big things is that I eventually want to get more comfortable in this, so that, especially even on the stream here too,
So connected and
I can fly more on VATSIM. It's a little bit of an extra level of concentration that I can't quite do at the same time here. But if I were connected to VATSIM, I'd be asking for clearances and pushbacks and directions and stuff like that. So, okay, cool. So the guy said a thing. Yep, let's do a... So I don't quite remember what some of the how these checklists go, but let's see how
Before
we did.
start checklist to the line.
Oof,
IRS mode
long one.
selectors.
Nav.
Gear pins.
Removed.
Light test.
Checked.
Oxygen.
Tested 100%.
Yaw damper.
On.
Nav transfer and display switches.
Normal and auto.
Fuel.
So we tell it about the fuel. We've got our fuel looks good.
Checked.
Fuel pumps.
4 pumps on.
Cabin util IFE galley power.
On.
Emergency exit lights.
Armed.
Fasten belts.
It looks
On.
longer than usual.
Window heat.
On.
Air conditioning.
Pax auto bleeds on.
Pressurization.
Is set.
Set.
Pressurization mode selector.
Auto.
Instruments.
Cross-checked.
Auto brake.
No.
All right. Usually I don't do the brake till after.
RTO.
On my
Hydraulics.
checklist. RTO
Normal.
happens
Speed
after.
brake.
Down detent.
Parking brake.
Set.
Stab trim cutout switches.
Normal.
Wheel well fire warning.
Checked.
Radios, radar and transponder.
Yep. Oh wait, set and standby for this part. Good.
Set standby.
Rudder and aileron trim.
3 and 0.
Takeoff briefing.
So we talked about what we're doing. We're gonna taxi. Well, I guess we didn't really. We're gonna push back. We're gonna take Golf 1 Whiskey to Bravo and take Bravo all the way down to, and we'll take full length because we're fancy boys. So Bravo 1 and full length, and then for the actual takeoff, we will do these things. Take off heading 259. Once we hit here, jog over. Make sure we're above 4,000, keep it at 230, and then we will enjoy a little view of Vegas and keep coming around. Once we pass cells, we will make sure to keep climbing. So that is our takeoff briefing.
Discussed.
PA.
Let's say PA is
Complete.
complete.
FMC CDU.
Is set.
Set.
N1 and IAS bugs.
N1 and IAS auto V-speed set.
Yep. All
Stab
RB
trim.
speeds.
Set.
Performance, weight and balance.
Checked.
Checked.
EFB.
Airplane mode installed.
Phones.
Off.
Flight deck windows and cockpit door.
Really?
Oh. Yeah, I'm in the 90s, as I always say, and I don't close the cockpit door. Oops.
Closed.
Doors.
Closed.
Passengers.
Seated.
Before start checklist completed to the line.
Nice. So let's see what this thing.
Before start check.
We just did this.
Before start checklist.
Okay, so this is going to be our next checklist. So I will go ahead and turn. So I did all the stuff. Gonna go ahead and turn our packs off. Great. And let's go ahead and resume.
Below the line. Air conditioning packs.
Off.
Anti-collision light.
On.
Parking brake.
Set.
Transponder.
Out. Off.
Before start checklist complete.
Nice. Love that. I love these auto checklists. They're so much nicer. And these are shorter ones too. All right, so I think the guy hooked us up. Let's get the hell out of here. We're ready. We still have to set our trim, even though it said it did. So release parking brake.
Starting pushback. And you may start engines.
All right, here we go. And let's enjoy some sights and sounds of flight simulation. All right, we'll start ignition 2. Go ground. And on our engine page, these are turbine engines. You'll see it's using that pressurized air from the APU to start spooling up the engine. And I was saying 15% the other day, but now I'm second guessing myself. I think it was like 23%. All right, add fuel, and you know what happens. Oxygen plus fuel plus a spark equals fire. change my X camera settings. In any case, Santa, thanks for joining. Nap time is totally cool. I appreciate you. I had fun watching your landings the other day, by the way. You're improving at a insane rate. That was a 777 too, I think it was, in San Francisco. You know, I see you, man. Celebrate the small victories in flight simming. Okay, so engine 1 looking good. Or engine. That was engine 2. Engine 1 now starting up. Alright, add some more fuel.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Awesome. Setting parking brake.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Yep, always room to improve. That's what's nice about the hobby. If you're into that sort of thing. Wait for this guy to disconnect, and we'll do our after start flows. Alright, get rid of him. Awesome. So we're going to go up top here. Let's switch over our power to the engines now. And one. I'll go ahead and turn our probes on and get packs to auto.
Is disconnected. Bypass pin has been removed.
Auto.
Hand signal on the right. Well, see you next time and have a safe flight.
Thank you. APU bleed air. I'm going to go ahead and turn our logo light off for now. Start switches continuous. And the APU can come off. Easy. And for our purposes, I'm going runway turn off and taxi lights on. We are going to go down here. We are going to set our trim, which was 5.5. So nose up a bit. There's about 5.6. We are doing a flaps 5 takeoff. 5. Awesome. I am going to turn on, while I'm remembering things, I want terrain on it. I'm going to go ahead and just put go TARA now. Also, like I said, I could punch in some VORs or the like, but I can quick unless there's nothing kind of listed here right away, then we'll be okay on this. So, all right, cool. Let's do a flight control check. So full back, make sure everything's plugged in, and I did fix the speed brake. Full forward, full left, full right, neutral, rudders, full right, good, full left, good. So our speed brake now will actually work. It's a damn fine thing. Okay, so flight controls are checked. System page. Let me do a quick config test here. This will be sort of one of the tests to see if I have some stuff set up right. So, all right, we're good. Okay. Checklist before taxi.
Before taxi checklist. Generators.
On.
APU.
Off.
Start switches.
Continuous.
Propeat.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Not
Air
required.
conditioning.
Flaps auto, bleeds on.
Isolation valve.
Auto.
Flaps.
Flaps 5 required and selected, green light.
Stab trim.
Set.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Flight controls.
Checked.
Recall.
Are you sure? Checked.
Before taxi
Thought I
checklist
did check.
complete.
I checked it early. Alright, cool. We're ready to rock. So, as we said, our taxi just pulling out whiskey golf, so there's golf. Whiskey. I guess this is golf. This is whiskey. So golf, that's what we want. Here we go. Release parking brakes. Get a little power. Check our brakes. They work. Alright, and off we go. I am in Southwest, so I can meme it up here, and let's not worry about that 30 knot ground speed limit. Every time I fly in Southwest, they are certainly not going the speed limit. But I think that's approached meme territory at this point. Oh. Here comes golf. So we are on golf. That was whiskey, goes the other way. So we'll stay on golf until Bravo. Try not to drive too drunk for the sake of our passengers. Okay, a little quick. We'll be right on the bleeding edge. Alright, there's Charlie. Here comes Bravo. Little quick there. Even for a Southwest, that was a little quick. And in Vegas, I'm pretty sure we're going downhill. Because, yeah, we're going to lose like 100 feet by the time we get down to the other end. So, not totally sure what's on this checklist, so let's see what the before takeoff to the
Before
line
takeoff
is.
checklist to the line. Config.
Checked.
Flaps.
Flaps 5 set, green light.
Stab trim.
Set.
Takeoff briefing.
We know what we're doing.
Reviewed.
Cabin.
Secured.
Before takeoff checklist completed to the line.
Good. And below the line is probably, let's just look at it
Before
and
takeoff.
pause. So MCP said TARA and our lights. Okay. We'll get there. And yeah, flying the ZIBO yesterday felt really good. I forgot how much I liked the flight model in the ZIBO. I've been flying the Boeing 757 a lot, which is kind of older-ish, I guess, but just hasn't had as many updates and such. And it kind of has a little bit of a, I don't know how to describe it. It's, I guess, a slightly more reactive flight model. Whoa. Do when we're driving fast. I mean, the main reason you don't drive so fast is because these things, you know, you can imagine, you know, these are meant to fly, not drive. Above about 30 knots, they're not very helpful. You just like fly all over the place. Alright, so let's slow down a little bit. And we will pull just before getting on the runway and then check the weather and talk about any wind correction that we need to do. I can feel something pulling me. I'm just testing the rotors a little bit right now. See what kind of weirdness is happening. All right, let's start. Let's slow down here. So I think I fixed some of the actual button binding issues that we had the other day. All right, here we go. To right. Grass lady is our girlfriend. She will tell us and keep us safe. Let's we're gonna pull up here. Wait for a sec. Okay, parking brake. I'm gonna go up here. Let's get our strobe light on. Let's get our landing lights on. The I noticed in real life I guess it depends, but I noticed when guys get clearance, guys, pilots get clearance, you like throw your taxi light off as a reminder. So, okay, let's see if this, we did this stuff. So before takeoff, below the line.
Before takeoff checklist, below the line, MCP.
Really?
Oh.
Set.
Transponder.
TARA.
Strobe lights.
On.
Landing lights.
On.
Before takeoff checklist complete.
All right, cool. We're ready to rock. We said we're gonna check the wind. Always a smart thing to do. Let's reset here. All right, so 180 at 5. So we are taking off 26 right here. So we're facing 259. The winds are coming this way, about 5 knots. Let's see if we have a windsock somewhere to look at. You can kind of see what the winds are up to. Let's see when I can look at a chart. Right. Oh. Either I'm blind or I'm not seeing it. Alright. So, anyway, whatever X-Plane's weather is, we'll see. But let's line up. Let's keep in mind we've got some... Release the parking brake. Crosswind. How much? Although, the crosswind can have an X-Plane a kind of outsized effect on you. The X-Plane, compared to Microsoft, will have the better kind of flight model.
6 right.
Good morning, Ras Lady. We're going to Vegas again. I took her out the other day. Alright, how about rolling takeoff? We feel good? I feel good.
On runway 26 right.
Give a little bit of aileron input into the wind, so power up to about 40%. And you ready? Takeoff. Toga. N1. Toga. Alright, so that's a bug. Don't worry about it. Here we go.
knots.
Alright, 80 knots to X, thrust hold. Got our co-pilot today. I like that. Drifting.
V1.
Alright, rotate. Gently pull back. Alright. Alright, positive ready to climb. Gear up. Trim up a little. And we will follow our flight director up. Alright, LNAV, VNAV speed.
1,000.
Checked. Yeah, so the ZIBO, it feels good. N1. So we're coming up to acceleration. Gonna pitch the nose down. Soon. There's Vegas. Start our little turn here. Gotta pitch the nose down a bit. And we're just slowly gaining some speed. And go through our speed, or our flap schedule. A nice little departure here. All right, flaps 1 speed. Go flaps 1. Coming up to 8,000. Really nice. Up speed. Flaps up. Yeah, the ZIBO, it does feel good. Fly. Alright, we gotta stay under 230. Trim up a bit here. So it looks like it just blew by that 230. We're coming. Let's trim down.
Thousand to go.
Got the aircraft trimmed, alright. 1,000 to go. One more turn. FMC speed, VNAV path. Let's blow by 8,000. Alright, everyone's pulling a couple G's here. Alright. Alright, I'm exhausted. Autopilot. Command. We are leaving Las Vegas. How about that? Beautiful. Here's my favorite seat on the aircraft. IRL. Okay, I'm gonna go to the legs page, and I can show you too. So here's like our star here. So we're above 8,000, barely. So I'm gonna go keep climbing. Let's say we got cleared up to 16,000, and VNAV. All right, N1 VNAV speed. Here we go. Excelente. Alright, like I said, we're going to do some stuff now. We will set the auto brake to off. We'll put our landing gear lever to off. We're about to pass 10,000 feet, so we can go up here, go ahead and get the landing lights off. Switches can come to off. We are strobe, logo, don't need, collision light on. Alright, things are looking good up there. I'm pretty sure we can do our after takeoff checklist.
After takeoff checklist. Air conditioning and pressurization.
Is set. So if we had the packs off, you'd have to turn them back on.
Set.
Engine start switches.
Off.
Landing gear.
Up and off.
Auto brake.
Off.
Flaps.
Up. No lights.
Altimeters.
I mean, we're in America, so we have to we have to wait. But let's say they're set.
Set.
After takeoff, checklist complete.
All right, man. I'm so glad to have audio checklist back. All right, let's do. We're being a little bad boys here. Let's reset our heading. All right, we're flying.
At this time, you may use your portable electronic devices to do remember yourself and maintain the all position until we land in Los Angeles. Also, folks, while that seatbelt sign is on, you must remain in your seat with your seatbelt securely fastened until the captain feels it safe and turns it off.
Here's the ZIBO cabin. Where are you? Oh yeah, Rob Lowe is our friend who flies with us. I don't know why this guy looks like Rob Lowe to me. Turn down the exterior sounds for us. Alright, we are climbing. 16100. By Razzler, alright, FMC speed, VNAV alt. That's telling us it's following the speed we have programmed in here and coming up to altitude. So our cruise today, I'm gonna get rid of this. Yoink. Was climb 370. Let's go ahead and dial in 370 and altitude. And I'm curious about something. If I do an alt int right now, is it gonna totally? It's gonna just clear out the Razzler restrictions. Yeah. Okay. So something to keep in mind. All right, N1 VNAV speed. We are off to the races. All right, go progress. And there we go. Top of climb is coming up in about 90-ish miles. Well, we can just say exactly 102 miles. Top of descent, not too much later. And that's when we will begin to plan our descent. But otherwise, the aircraft is looking good right now. Did I have this open? I should have turned that off. Not a big deal. Alright, cool. So yeah, if we were on VATSIM and stuff, we'd be talking to departure, saying things. So we're passing 18,000. I'm going to set standard. And let's make sure, okay, it's set here. I have it synced. Alright, good, awesome, great. Alright, you can come back to just this and zoom out a little more, get a better sense of the terrain. And yeah, I was surprised this morning when I was kind of trying to fix everything up in the sim. It was raining in Tucson. I didn't think that happened. So, I guess we will, this is quite the Grand Canyon over here, isn't it? We're gonna be a little too far, but you can see. So I like to fly around the Southwest. It's just an area of the country that I really love. We are flying. Okay, coming up to Razzler. Go ahead and set our heading. Alright. Everything is looking good. So, for our cruise discussion today, as I was mentioning, this is a self-improvement through flight simulation. I'm clicking these because otherwise the cabin might start dinging at us and stuff. I don't know. Here, let's release everybody. Smoke movie gone. Everything else good up here. Anti-ice we shouldn't have to worry about. We'll see what happens to these clouds, but I'm sure it's going to get warm. Or stay warm. I guess I could. One little thing to do here is going to descent. Let's get the forecast. Descent winds request. Let's see if this is working. Also, just to make sure I have like my sim brief and whatnot all configured with the ZIBO mod. So let's see, descent wind request. Load? Huh? Nada. So I might have to dig around in here and put my sim brief ID somewhere. Not going to worry about that for today's purposes. Okay, that didn't work. And I also might not just be saving my flight plan to the right place in for the ZIBO, but we'll we don't care about that. Damn it! I didn't start the chrono. Let's start it now. I never start the clock. That's our biggest mistake. But I did watch our go around the other day, and I kind of want to go through it a little bit. Well, we got some time here, and talk about what I think went well about it, what I think went wrong about it, and this is again the power of recording your flights is that at the time. So there's two things. There's things we can be proud of ourselves, and things we can be. I was sort of thinking, oh man, that was a shitty go around, but at the end of the day, it was not bad, but we did forget a bunch of stuff, and so. When I watched it back, I was like, "Oh, of course, do this, do that, etc., etc." And that was the way to go. So, all right, everything looking good. We are climbing. So I am going to open up. Go ahead and turn down our X-plane sounds here for a second, and I'm going to pull up the recordings. Watch us get a self copyright strike. All right, let me find our go around. To the right, to the left. All right, cool. Things are looking good. Talking. Okay, let's find that go around. Oh, it only took me an hour to take off. Not that. Oh yeah, I forgot. We were just flying patterns anyway. Let's find that go around. So the one thing I thought that was hilarious is that I wanted to get myself all set up to be fully configured for the go around, and it turned out I ended up just like botching the that's the hold. Here's the go around. So let's get a timestamp here, about 115. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to watch our go around from the other day. Reset the heading. The other thing too, I did not go and download a Mobi flight profile yet. The SimApp Pro and the ZIBO feel like they don't play well together or something. As you turn these knobs, it will jump really aggressively. So I want to see if the Mobi flight profile works out better for that. So, with that said, we're going to look at this go around, and I'm going to talk through just some of the things that I saw that I wish I didn't see. So we can listen to myself. My volume. Okay. So this is perfect. We're too fast. Yeah, see, so we're perfect. We're too fast. The one thing here I noticed, well, I mean, we wanted to have a go around, and speed brakes. You're going to be annoying. Not too bad. I can't zoom. We had our speed brake weirdness, which that's fixed now. But you can see, like, we're like 20 miles going 220. Granted, we had some issues, which is fine. They're actually working. But yeah, look, so this is perfect. We're just like we're way too fast. So yeah, so this was good. We were way too fast. Everything was otherwise was looking good. I wish this thing wouldn't pop up every single time. But a couple things I was noticing on the go around. First and foremost, one of the big things we messed up is, well, just what we wanted. Like everything is going wrong here. Yeah, see, I did analyze the situation correctly. I was too fast, too high. We got warnings about gear down, or flaps 15 with no gear down. We oversped the flaps, so this was like perfect unstable landing. And I even messed up a go around. How about that? See, I even messed up the go around. So we made a couple mistakes right off the bat. Does this have like a theater mode or something? I hate this player. So I don't think I can see it exactly here. Let's see. So I believe we forgot to set our missed approach altitude. But okay, here comes the go around. And we did only get to flaps 15. So that's kind of one of the bummers, is that, like, it would be better if we were in full. Okay, let's pause here because I need to make sure we don't have icing conditions. -20. What's the SAT? Prague. Alright, so we're actually too cold up here. -45 is what we care about for icing. Yeah, like what the hell? Okay, so this was all good. We, I as I had briefed us, we were going to take it all the way down to minimums. And I wish I could see a little better here. Hold on. Yeah, so obviously the one big mistake to start is I never set, since kind of a lot was going on, I never set our missed approach altitude. It was not the worst in the world because we were at 4,600, and the missed approach was 4,000, then climbed to 6,000. And so let's kind of keep going through here. So let's keep playing. Sorry, I want to get rid of X-Plane. No. All right, so here we went to Toga. Go around. All good. Here. We started climbing. Flaps 15. We're already in flap 15. So gear came up. A little too high rate of climb. So there I was just pitching up a little too much, which is fine. God damn, that stupid player with the So otherwise, though, flight director, we were following nicely. You want 4,000. So as we were approaching, I probably could have gone to flaps 5 a notch earlier here. But here coming up to flaps 1. And I did notice at this point that I was coming up. I had to like quickly reset that. But so everything's looking good actually on here. Look good. Yeah, so I was happy. And then this was the big thing too on our speed. I was happy to see it goes to whatever your current flap setting was. And so the other mistake was just,
Okay, cool. And it does.
and I went into command, and so LNAV kicked in because that was what our mode was set to.
All right, so that's actually pretty. That's pretty handy.
Yeah. So the handiness I was talking about was the flap speed. The main issue was, then I went up to 6,000 and did a level change here as we approached our up speed and got the flaps up.
Okay, N1 MCP speed. Don't need to blast off too much.
So I was happy with how that was working out.
So it's aggressive here. Flaps up.
And it's okay for me to be in flaps 1 as we were approaching our up speed. There's nothing like so bad about
MCP speed.
remaining there. The key is you don't want to go below that without, you know,
That can come off.
you don't want to go below up speed with no flaps. So there we are, cleaning everything up. The cleanup went well.
Well, so that was
Um,
constructive. Put it that way.
But I
Wasn't quite
ended
where
up
we wanted
going
to be.
when
We wanted
I,
to be-
the one thing when I went over
I was,
on
too
my,
busy jerking
so we can
around.
go ahead and close that. Let's get some sweet sounds of flight simulation back. Turn down a little. I forgot to, I didn't set our missed approach altitude, so that's a dum-dum. Everything else I was happy with. We pitched a little high, no big deal really there. Our speed was okay. We didn't kind of get into any stall type situations, but I want to watch that at least. The other thing was just as we were going through our flap schedule, what happened was just on my controls, I ended up, when I went to flaps 5, when I went to go into flaps 1, it only went into flaps 2. And so that is why when I'm almost positive, so that was the other thing, when the speed actually came in, when we hit our altitude, it went into our flap 2 speed. And so ideally I would have been in flap 1 at that point. So but otherwise, even though I still think it was funny that we messed up the getting into full configuration for that go around procedure. We at least yesterday, I think the actual go around went pretty well, all considered, with some things to work on. And again, that's like the power of self-improvement through flight simulation. So we're getting dinged. Like I said, I don't really care about this stuff for the purposes of this flight. They'll be serving drinks momentarily. Thank you for the new follow, by the way. Feel free to say hi. I'll introduce myself at least. My name's Nate. I am just some guy, hobbyist flight simmer, and I started recording my flights in OBS to get better at flying these big jetliners. And I was it forced me to sort of talk out loud too, so I could see what was going wrong and right as I was flying. And that's why I was just watching that video to see what I was doing sort of right and wrong on that last procedure. And I decided, well, if I can combine flight sim, I might as well just do it on Twitch. And if people want to drop by and say hi, I love talking about Flight Simulator. I love talking about, well, we can't see it. This is crazy. The desert is cloudy today. Nate likes the desert. Nate likes baseball, and flight simulation generally. So if you have any questions or want to say hi and chat, feel free. Otherwise, have fun lurking and watching, and I will do my best. What we are up to today is I am flying over some of my favorite country in the world here. Well, meaning local country. The United States, I love my United States of America, all well and good. But I just mean I love this Canyonland country out here. So excuse me, we were flying from Las Vegas, and we'll be flying over Phoenix and coming down into Tucson. And once we get to Tucson, is an airport that I really like, and a town that I really like. So once we get to Tucson, we'll land. We'll do some. We'll look at some pictures from the Pima Air and Space Museum in Tucson, and we'll configure the aircraft and fly back to Vegas. So. Hello, I did the same. I was bored one day in 28. Hey, you and me both. DLW admin account on Twitch. Nice. Cool. So do you Desktop Pilot Society, once again, thanks for the follow. And if you stream, I'll definitely give you a look too. Thanks for popping in. I think this is the one, if you're a flight sim person. Is this like the only stream not doing the A220 today? But yeah, I got back into flight simulation kind of around the same time, a little later. It was when Microsoft 2020 came out during the pandemic, and I was just not having it and wanted to travel again. And yeah, I just started really enjoying flight sim again, and since then it's just become a real big hobby for me. It's taken me around the world, literally. I've met some real cool people. It just turns out on my last couple European vacations too that I got to go to the flight sim expos and meet some people. Oh, cool. Yeah, no worries about that kind of thing. You know, I'm just here to have fun. Yeah, I like I've fly into I kind of like flying around the Midwest. So Minneapolis, St. Paul I have flown into. As well. Alright, top is in about 80 miles, so I'll start thinking about our landing sooner than later here. But yeah, the one thing that has really helped me is that, you know, when I was just kind of watching back the video from yesterday, is just that it really does help so much to be able to look back and kind of see you miss so much. You know, it's still the thing that once you're in these aircraft and you're like doing all the things, it starts going so fast. And so it's really cool to see kind of the stuff that I miss and what I don't. But speaking of, we will be coming back to Las Vegas. I'm gonna go ahead and just close the Las Vegas stuff for now. And what's happening in Tucson? What's all this cloud cover here? All right, 360, 9 knots. Says we can see. Says it's clear. It's hot. Just for posterity's sake, I'm gonna go ahead and pre-dial 3001. Yeah. Well, hey, coming into yesterday, I did break the rules. I flew over Davis Monthan Air Force Base. I just clipped it. But like I said, I'm allowed. I literally know people. I know people there, high-ranking people there. So I got prior authorization. But yeah, I wanted to fly over the boneyard, which is such a damn shame that we can't go to the boneyard anymore. They closed it during COVID, and doesn't sound like they will. But yeah, I have all of our what is it? Anti-surface to air measures ready. So desktop, you can meet my buddy Santa Owens here. He is a DCS guy and runs a handful of servers that are pretty active. And he's I do want to get into DCS, and so I'm gonna eventually I'll join Santa on some ops at some point. But yeah, he's got a cool VR setup in DCS, and that's been really cool to see too. I love all the flight sim gear and toys, and to me, flight sim has just come such a long way since the last time I was messing around in it. But yeah, brutal, all these clouds. You want to clip as a Warzone? Okay. Well, can't you claim your losses? I've seen you crash a plane once or twice. You know, not just saying. Alright, top of descent is coming up, so I do want to think a little bit. So this is actually an extremely straightforward approach in. We'll be on the Dingo arrival, and we're going to do the RNAV approach, mainly because runway... So I'm going to set the course 306. Man, so my WinWing panel, I will say, Simat Pro is pissing me off. It is jumping, like, you see how it, like, it's almost got like a mouse acceleration feel? I don't know how to explain it. Where, like, if I do any quicker movements, if I jump like 3 or 4 D10s at a time, it just flies. It'll jump and skip like 50 things. I mean, you know, if we want, we can. Now, I don't know if anyone knows that being on RNAV approach, I don't know if both courses have to be set up. The one thing I definitely don't want programmed in is the ILS, because that kind of screwed us last time. I'm pretty sure it grabbed the... Let's go to Tucson. Let's click here. Go back. Let's go arrival. Not arrival. Approach. Let's go take a gander at our VOR. And so the Tucson is 116.0. I'm fine with that over here. What's our... Do we have a go-around VOR? For this? Not for this one. So, in either case, as long as the ILS is not tuned in, that's what I don't want. Oh well, looking at the ILS, what is it? I think it's 111.7. So, I just don't want you in there. Do we have another VOR somewhere? No. Nothing quick. I guess I can punch in the Phoenix. Over on this side, 115.6. So, in case we want the Phoenix VOR, there we go, indicating. But what I was saying is, I don't know if on an RNAV approach, if I have to have both. I don't think this aircraft cares that much about... For the ILS it would, but anyway, I am just going to set the course accordingly. Alright, top of descent coming up a little quickly here, so let's do some thinking. Let's do a performance calculator, since we got it. Alright, Tucson. Looks like, given the winds right now, we are going to stay on our current runway. So 30, that works for me. It is dry. The winds are 360 at 9er. 360 at 9er. It is hot. 34 European units of heat, which is a lot. The QNH is 30.01. That We'll do a flaps 30 landing, air conditioner on, anti-ice will be off. Let's see what auto brake 1 does for us. Our weight right now is 136. The progress, we've got 11,000. We're gonna land with, we're really only losing a little bit, so we'll figure ourselves heavy. That's fine. So 135.8, we'll call it just 135. So 135.0 and VREF add 5. Let's calculate. And yeah, I mean, we're not the most stop margin, but I think this is all good for us. So let's go ahead and plug that into our computer. So let's do a flaps 30 at 148. And that is something I forgot to look up. Whether I have to put the wind correction in. I always forget about this. Do I put it in? Is it included or not? Let's go one. We're just going to put the 148 and we'll go with that. Okay, cool. Alright, we're flying over Phoenix. I'd say lovely, beautiful Phoenix, but as I was mentioning the other day, from official sources, Phoenixers, Phoenixians? Not a great, not your first choice of cities in Arizona, but man, X-Plane looking good. I'm so I love how X-Plane looks. I love when these low layer clouds are doing the shadows. All right, top ascent 20 miles. Like I said, this thing we can just go all the way down to 8,000, and we will look at our 8,000 at Dingo. I'm gonna go ahead and reset the MCP. 8,000. You see, it jumps so far. So other thing, I'm gonna write this down. Mobi flight profile search. There are 2 things we have to look up after the stream. Again, self-improvement through flight simulation. We're gonna learn. All right, when I'm putting in my approach ref speeds, is the wind correction factored in already on the computer? The +5. So do I need to minus it or put in just the exact value is the question. I will take, I think, terrain on my side now too, because I don't want to crash into mountains. Oh, sorry. See, Santa, what feels like an intervention? No, this is all about having fun. You know, if we can, improve, we do. But if we want to do Death Star runs through the Grand Canyon on our way back to Las Vegas, you just let old Nate know. We're still huffing oxygen. We're still gonna fly over military operating areas like we did yesterday. Somewhat by accident, not really by accident, but I was just freewheeling it. I should have looked at the chart. All right, so what did I say? I needed to. I want to look up this wind correction situation. Whether I actually need to put in here minus this 5 and it adds it, or if I need to just put it already with the +5. I never quite remember that, so that's something I need to look up. And I think I said something else, but it'll come to me. That's why I'm recording this, so I can, because I am a forgetful man. All right, so auto brake 1. Our decision height was 200 feet, probably. 200. So we're going to be doing LNAV, VNAV, decision 386. So radio. We can do a descent checklist, but let me set our minimums. 386. One, two, come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, barrow set. Let's do our descent
Descent
checklist.
checklist. Pressurization.
All right, landing altitude is set.
Set.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Approach
Off.
briefing and fuel.
I mean, we didn't really do a briefing. Here we're coming. We're coming in. We're going to get down to 8,000. We're going to expect radar vectors for final approach course, runway 30. We don't have that today, so we're just going to stick on LNAV, VNAV, because I also want to see the RNAV again, and make sure it doesn't pick up the ILS. I'm curious that we just get the final approach mode with the glide path symbol, not the glide slope one, because I realized the other day I had the ILS still plugged in on the right side, and I think when I went to approach, it might have picked up the ILS coming the other way when we were trying to do that RNAV. But otherwise, we have to use LNAV, VNAV. That's the point of this landing, so that's what we will do. And then when we land, we will land as long as we need to, because the terminal's over here, and we will pull up to a terminal. So, okay, auto discussed.
IAS and alt bugs.
Are checked and set. That's this. We're really dropping here.
Checked and set.
Descent checklist complete.
All right, sweet. Glad to have audio checklist back. I'm gonna keep saying it. I love audio check. It's just nice and automatic. Okay, heading. Man, master. So let's take a look at what kind of speeds. So 250 knots, all good. I mean, really, we don't need the. Oh. I don't need Phoenix over here. I don't mind having the VOR in for us. So on this arrival, it cares not for our speeds. Okay, we're just gonna, we're going, we're blasting. Yeah, I mean, look, man, I get much satisfaction out of this having, this is, you know, how I like it. So I am having a good time. You know, I ham it up for you a little bit. All right, how are we doing up here? Nothing worrisome here. Sending nicely. Bingo 12,000 above. Where do you get that? $8,000. Oh, you know why? Because I deleted. Maybe because I deleted. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I know why. I messed around with our flight plan. Hey, Desktop Pilot, thanks for the raid, man. Or woman. Or in between, whatever. Person. Thank you. Thank you for the raid very much. Yeah, I guess, you know, it tends that way. In any case, thank you for the raiders. For anyone popping in, feel free to give me a follow. My name is Nate. I'm just some guy. I really like flight sim, and I am trying to get better in flying these big airliners. And my favorite other stream, besides my other buddy here, Santa Owens, who's a DCS master in VR, is when I first started getting into flight sim, I started watching a lot of Black Box 711 and learning kind of the real world procedures, and it just gave me something fun to do in the flight sim. So yeah, that's what I started doing. And I started recording myself and just sort of watching back some of the stuff. Oh, good. And here's the thing, man. I should have put it in the thing. Backseat flying heavily encouraged. Otherwise known as a co-pilot. So, you know, I'll take help. So for instance, one thing, here's like a question that something I forgot when I come into this aircraft is, when I put in my flaps and my speed, and I calculated at least with the ZIBO here, do I care about, so this says on the ZIBO, it's the VREF 30 plus 5. I know you always add that kind of 5 knots of wind component. Is that being included in what this is telling me here? And so do I need to put in 140, 3 here, because the what is it, MCDU? What do they call this thing in the Boeing? MCP? No, that's this. Anyway, you know, the flight management computer, is that going to automatically add it? Sorry, my Haria, hey, thanks. Oh, and thanks for the follow. I think it thinks FMC is a bad word. I'm sorry, I don't have any or I have, like, I guess the worst mod settings. It thinks everything is bad. I'll change that at some point. And all I'll say is I'm gonna have to go sterile cockpit here for a minute. I do need to think, but thanks for saying hi. Welcome in. I've flown. I like the 737s. I love all the Boeing. 757 is my favorite aircraft. It's kind of IRL. In IRL too, I like to go. You know, I'm a dork. I like to go look at planes land with a picnic. You know, I bring lunch and adult beverages, or it all depends where I'm parking, and watch some planes land. That's a good time. All right, so we're coming up to 18,000. I am going to check the weather again real quick. Things are going to start happening fast. But at least for this approach, I'm going to just plan on trying to hit flaps 30. I'm going to go for 148 knots and not add that wind correction. So what's nice now, let's see, what's the wind situation now? So 360 at 9. So should be good wind wise. Here's our landing, running 30. Tucson all morning has been changing its runways, and I think they let people take off either direction here, so be it. No, Santa, what did you get? You reminded me of Chrono the other day, and that's our biggest gap right now, at least in our pre-flight stuff, or you know, before takeoff. If Nate remembers Chrono, then Nate feels like, you know, even if we crash land, if I got Chrono, then I'm happy. But yeah, I actually find, in terms of flight simulation, this is like the best backseat driving game So, oops, sorry guys. Kahira Desktop Pilot Society. I do have Discord. Let me just go ahead and set standard, or not standard, local. Where is MCP set? All this stuff. If you're getting that warning, by the way, yep, I got my barrow. And I got radio because we're doing RNAV approach.
Altimeter setting.
We got Ras Lady, she talks to us. And soon I will start caring about my speeds. I'll open up the speed window. So I do know a couple things here. Let's do our approach checklist.
Altimeters and instruments.
All right, set and checked.
Set and cross-checked.
Approach aids.
Oh, yeah. So I do like runway 30. I'm gonna go ahead and give myself my precious rings. Runway 30, and give me a 20. Give me a 10. Give me a 5. Right,
Checked and set.
Approach checklist complete.
zoom in. Santa, this thing here. So this sets your. I have it on like the radio altimeter right now. It's setting the minimums. So when I'm 386 feet off the ground, this guy is gonna yell at me minimums because I'm doing an RNAV approach. Oh, sorry, I don't have desktop. I don't have like my my thing yet. Maybe I'll put one together at some point soon. I don't know if you have a Discord though. I'll jump into your channel. I don't need any, if you want to like help in the stream chat for now. Yeah. I have too much to think about to set that up right now. But you can enjoy, and this is so my philosophy right now in flight sim is I'm like Indiana Jones in Raiders of the Lost, or in Search for the Holy Grail. Fly yes, land no. So I've only landed a ZIBO once. The other thing I do want to test at some point is I'm on Bing Maps and map enhancement right now, and it sucks that there's this really big satellite mismatch here. So I'm curious what Google Maps look like. Here's this huge quarry. Thank you. Yeah, landing lights. So let's do our a little early. Do a 10,000 feet flows. Keep that off. Start switch is continuous. Did I tell everyone? I don't think I ever told anyone to turn their seatbelts off. Cabin ready. Alright, man, we're backseat piloting. I love it. Thank you so much. Seriously. Like, genuinely. Although, it's like, depending what checklists you have, like Southwest, I think, is like I think at transition, Southwest does all their stuff. So there's Tucson Airport. We're flying way away from Tucson. So, things are looking groovy here. We are not fast per se. Let's see, does this RNAV approach? That's that VOR. That was the ILS. Here's this. Does this care about our speeds very much? No, we're just letting LNAV, VNAV take us in. Too early for my spoilers to be armed. For at least in my in how I do it. But yes, good call. The one thing too, I did figure out how I finally fixed this damn lever in in X-plane. Auto brake is set. Thank you. Checked. You're like my my co-pilot checklist. This is beautiful. All right, so under 10,000 feet here. That's when I'll start thinking about a few more things. We were VATSIMing it. We'd be calling in. But the other thing too is I'm kind of practicing also because I really like VATSIM, but I you know, I got to get better just in the aircraft before I get too far into VATSIM.
Thousand to go.
Oh yeah, you can go ahead. I'm gonna kind of go into a slightly sterile cockpit here though. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up the speed window because I want to control my own speed at this point. All right, so we're 8,000. Want to be 7,000 above. Atto G is 6,200. Saxy 4,500. So I'm gonna go ahead and dial 4,500. 4,500 over here. And I have all like the wind wing crap, so that's why if you don't see me manipulating stuff up here, that's why. Okay, so we've got how many miles here? We've got 8, 16, 24. I need to lose 2,000, so 246. I've got just enough. Doing good. Everything's looking good here. Thank you very much. So now I think my speed brake will actually like arm normally right now. Yes. All right, it works. So in the ZIBO, if you have your axis in X-plane mapped and the one in here, that's when you get that jittery thing that happens. All right, let's slow down. We're fast. Nate is often high and fast. Let's use some speed brakes to help us out a little. Depth drag required. See your speed brakes out. I'm gonna go ahead and help us out too. Let's go flaps 1. So we're a little high, but not too bad. Comes that inbound turn. There's setting. A little premature, but I want to keep slowing down. Let's go flaps 5. Ooh, man, the wind wing stuff is jumping all over the place today. I'm gonna put the speed brakes back in. Okay, let's arm the speed brakes. All right, we are looking really nice. Let's go ahead and once I get on final here, I'll hit the approach mode and we'll see how things go. I'm gonna go ahead and dump the gear to help us slow down. Again, a little early for that, but not early, but what's flaps 15 speed 200. All right, let's go flaps 50. Let's slow down. I'm gonna go all the way to our VREF 148. Alright, I'm going to hit approach mode, and let's see, LNAV, FAC, yes, MCP speed, FAC, glide path, perfect. Speed's coming down nicely, let's go, oop, flaps 40, flaps 30, full config. Runway in sight, I think that means it's time for a landing checklist.
Start switches.
Continuous.
Recall.
Check.
Speed brake.
Arm. Green light.
Landing gear.
Down 3 green.
Auto brake.
Auto brake 1 set.
Flaps.
Flap 30 set green light.
Landing lights.
On.
Landing checklist complete.
Oh man. Let's see if we can nail this, boys. Alright, let me get my thrust myself here. Hopefully our buttons work. Alright. Auto thrust off. Oh. Missed approach is 6,800. I can set that now. 6,800 set. Speed is looking good. Man, the ZIBO, Santa, the ZIBO is a lot more stable feeling than the 7.5. What's our actual... Oh, it's over 1,200. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and go manual flight here. We got just 5 knots in our face. Trim down a little. Speed a little high, but that's okay. Let's go like N1 usually like around 59% seems to be good. Alright, everything's nice and stable. Wind is looking good. We're a little off course. Let's come over. It is extremely floaty, isn't it? Alright.
Approaching 30.
Flight director's off, bird on. Coming in a little crooked here.
Approaching decision height.
Alright, we're gonna continue.
Minimums.
Alright, I'm just going visual here. Come down a little. Come down a little. Take a little power out. High sync rate. Oh yeah, I went to 1,200. That's fine. We're back. We're back.
100.
Yee.
50. 30. 10.
Alright, reversers full. Alright, 80 knots. Manual brakes. Reversers are gonna come in. Woo!
4,000 feet remaining.
Let's brake. Let's brake. Let's brake. I'll take the next one. I will take
3,000
the next
remaining.
one. 3,000 remaining. Okay. Alright. Spoilers up. Flaps up. Slow down. Come on. Brakes. Where are you? Where are you?
2,000 remaining.
We're taking this whole runway. Way to go, guys. Way to go. If stable approach says, we believe it. Exactly. Alright, I need to mess with my brake sensitivity, I think. But ooh. That was a good one for us. Backseat can come on, APU start up. Throw down. Other cleanup stuff. Let's go ahead and turn off our terrain and traffic. We can just go to standby down here. This looks like a terminal. Look at everybody. They don't even know. A complete amateur. Alright, here Santa, I'll park and then answer your question. Basically, when you set the oh, I can't see where the hell I'm going. My brakes are a little jacked up. I'm gonna have to go in and set these controls a little bit. When you punch in your, well, as you're coming in, when you pull up this landing performance page, when you set your flap speed over here, it's like that 30, when this calculation, it then populates all the speeds on your speed tape, and that's your flap schedule essentially. Because yeah, the flap, this is like when I first started, was the hardest thing, is figuring out how to actually do the flap schedule and like to keep the aircraft on that schedule. And yeah, basically you follow that number. Let me see something. All right, good. No elec. Oh, and I also figured out the reason we had that elec overheat the other day is because we had no fuel. Let's turn our logo light on because that was so good, so everyone can see us. All right, where are we parking? This looks good. But yeah, getting the, especially in this plane, getting the flaps, like in the Airbus, it's a little more coherent because you just go like, all right, flaps 1, flaps 2, flaps 3. It is optional for a certain kind of person. Alright, I feel like possibly a little janky parking here, but not really too concerned. Alright. Rust. Parking brake is set. APU on. Engines off. Taxi light off. Pax auto. APU bleeder. Come on. Actually, do you open the isolation valve once you're back on the ground? I'm not sure. Off, off, off. Passengers. Ooh, uh-oh. We're getting sued later. We landed with everybody seatbelt off sign. Yikes. Yeah, Kahari and desktop pilot. The joke here is I'm just trying not to get fired. And we use stable, you know, I like to think, can I land this thing in the sim without getting fired if it were real? And I think today we did not get, well, we might have got fired for that, but that's all right. Yeah. Yeah, so I wanted to do some Ryanair flights in this because I was going to do a joke for one of my buddies. And, oh, I'm curious about something with the ZIBO. If I turn anti-collision off, is that going to start the jetway? I don't, whatever, we don't care. But yeah, so I was gonna do, so I wanted to joke with, you know, so you and me both have our Dutch friends, the desktop pilot and Kahira. We're Santa and I are in the good old US, but we've got friends in far places. But I'm a big fan of the Netherlands. I love it there. And I've met a lot of cool flight sim people there too. I've gone to the Flight Sim Expo the last couple of years there, as part of my vacation, and but my favorite thing. Ooh, I'm sorry. You can get such cheap flights from like England into Amsterdam, and the Amsterdammers complain about the English so much. They hate the English tourists so much, which, we won't get into that exactly here, but that's just a fact of the matter. But they make these commercials. They're the most hilarious commercials in the Netherlands that they play for the for Englishmen, on TV. And it's basically these like anti-tourism commercials. And so I was thinking about when I was practicing with this, since I do want to get a little more familiar with some of the European sort of procedures, I guess, dealing with transitions at different levels, and I don't know, some of the communication differences on VATSIM, because a lot of the people I know on Flight Sim who want to do some shared flights and stuff are European, German, Dutch, Portuguese, etc. And I thought Ryanair as the budget, and the memeiest of airlines over there, I thought maybe they'd fly like 7 plane loads of 737-800s packed chock full of Englishmen, rowdy Englishmen, to Schiphol. And I was going to fly that back and forth and just like traffic Englishmen into the Netherlands. But it didn't work out that way. All right, well, cool. Well, that was fun. I think that was a great landing for us. I need oxygen. Shall we? Let's watch it. Let's see. Did we? This is the best part of X-Plane, of course. So Santa, I'm not sure. I was going to try and see if it was going to show any of our V speeds. Probably not, unfortunately. Oh wait, maybe. Yeah. So yeah, it won't show it on the replay, but when I had done that one setting, my takeoff calculation, when you tell it what your actual landing speed is going to be, that's when it calculates, because it's like a fixed thing. You can actually do it yourself on these knobs, but we just have it automatic. So like right now, that was those green indicators where I was just like, oh, so the auto brakes, if you're trying to be, it depends how gentle you're trying to be, but honestly, like for just practicing and stuff, I would just do like auto brakes 2 or 3 every time. Like, who cares if the brakes get hot in the simulator when you're practicing? So that'll at least help you come to a stop and not like overrun the runway or anything. But as I was going through the flaps, what I was just doing is when my speed window is open here, I'm just dialing this down to where so this would be like my flaps, 15 speed or something was 150. And then once I got there, I would lower it and go to my next flap setting. That kind of deal. So here I like got a little low under it, but I'm pretty sure I was like flaps 20 or flaps full by then. And that was our speed. And so the auto brakes, when you do the auto brakes and then arm your speed brake here, which I can't do while it's live, that's going to be when your back wheels touch down. You're gonna, this thing, you don't see it in the sim, but the speed brake will you arm it and it will deploy. I'm not sure what the correct language is. But when we watch, you'll see this come back and then the speed brakes come up. And one thing too is like however you have this your throttles set. I don't know what throttles you have. I found that in the Sims, it's best to like just set a button of some kind to toggle reversers on or off, because you can come down to neutral, press that button, your reversers will come on. Then if you just advance the speed lever or advance your throttles, it will, since the reversers are toggled on, it will do the reversers for you. And then when you bring your thrust levers back to idle, you'll see the reverser handles come back down, depending on the aircraft. And then you press your toggle again to turn the reversers off, and then you'll be back into your normal mode. So that's how I have it set up. All right, let's enjoy. I just got a little off at the end there. Oh, that's the VOR station, I think. Yeah, cool. They're dismantling those all over Europe, though. Alright, so we passed the touchdown zone. I don't think that was a long landing per se. We put that nose down pretty good. That's fine. Oh, but Santa, what I wanted to show you here is, so like we're flaps full right here. And with the speed brake armed, if you watch, right as the back wheels touch down, you'll see the speed brakes come up here. And I'm almost positive, and they're triggered, I'm almost positive, by like contact with the ground. It will auto brake, so you don't have to hit the brakes yet. So I do that. Auto brakes now are on. So right, we wait on the wheels. The speed brakes come up. And it's braking now. I'm not sure if it's going to show the brake pressure or not. But as you... The other thing is to see as I'm putting reverser in. But see, here's the...
100.
As we touch down, if you look at the speed brake handle.
50. 30. 10.
There's that thing trigger. And there's my reversers. Now I'm pretty sure in this aircraft, I mean, I'm almost positive in the Airbus. Well, dude, you want to use the reversers because they look cool, right? At the very least, look at that. I mean, how badass is that? So just for coolness factor, I think the reversers are worth trying to get set up. But I think, don't quote me on this. Don't ever quote me on anything. I think that when you get the reversers going, it will, yeah. I never knew what that was either. I think it will basically like remove brake pressure in sort of coordination with what the reversers are helping you do. And so it's a way to minimize wear on the brakes. So like when you set the auto brake, I forget how it, like, I don't know the technical way to explain it. But you know, this is setting a certain kind of, it might even be like a G load of some kind or something, and it will brake for you. So you don't have to touch the brakes. Once it gets down to 80 knots, that's when I actually touch my brakes on my rudders in real life, as it were, under my desk here, and start braking myself. And then that kicks out the auto brake, I believe. But the auto brakes are auto brakes. Like, they will, once you land, they will start braking for you. And so you can just set them to, like, you know, if you want to stop. And if you want to see something really cool, look at videos of this aircraft landing with max brake. It stops scary fast. We maintained a center line fairly well, except for here. So all in all, this was we're proud of ourselves. We self-improvement through flight simulation was had today, folks, and that's what we're here for. But we still have things to improve. So my flare was shit. Dude, one of your 777 landings the other day looked real nice. I mean, you landed hard, but I mean, that looks good to me. So yeah, we have a lot. We can be proud of ourselves today. Oh, do you have the which one do you have? The PMDG? I don't know what the status of the aircraft is now that I've gone through replay. Anyway, I'm gonna reset the aircraft anyway, but we can go ground services, chocks, GPU, hot as hell here. Let's get the ASU. Is opening the doors? Maybe anti-collision off? Maybe APU off? I know something does. Or no, ground power on, APU off. Yeah, no big deal. We don't mess with that stuff too much. But I think that felt good. That was a good landing. Good flight, fun flight. Yeah, man. The so Santa, I don't know how, like, you know, into the flight sim world you are. I would say, you know, I'm on the outskirts in a sense. Oh no, I was gonna do my go around in Vegas. This landing was going too well. I couldn't bring myself to do the go around this time. So I think what time we got here? 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna have to take a little break to get my bearings and such, but I will be doing a return flight. So let's see here. Debriefing, good job. That's what we're gonna go with today. Very nice. We're in Tucson. I'm gonna go get a drink and something to eat, and then I'm gonna fly around via drone cam. Tucson a little bit, and we'll look at pictures of the Pima Air and Space Museum. Okay, here we are in Tucson, Arizona. Neat city. Tucson, Arizona. I got some beachfront property if you're interested, Santa. Yeah, there's the Air Force Base, and the Pima Air and Space Museum is over there, and it's really good. All right, we'll look at Mount Lemon. I think it is this one. What do I need to do? First and foremost, thanks everyone for watching, and especially Kahira Desktop Pilot Society for the follows and for chatting along. That was really fun. I was glad to have backseat drivers, aka co-pilots. I am going to, what am I going to do? I'm going to get food and a drink, and I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes. If you need to go, feel free to go. If you want to lurk, continue lurking. If you want to stay, continue staying. But I need to reset my brain for the return flight and get a little food in me. So, you know what time it is. Santa knows what time it is, though. Santa knows what time it is now. Yep. Yep. It is. Let's go. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. I think it's 50 European bucks. And by the way, there's regional pricing now on the marketplace. So keep that in mind too. Exactly. VPN. All right, so enjoy some King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. I'll be right back. And we will do our return flight. See you in about 5 or 10 minutes. And if you gotta go, then thank you for joining this leg. Enjoy Tucson, Arizona. Be back in a sec. Thank you. Alright, I'm back. We're gonna relax a little bit. We're gonna look around Tucson. So, all I was gonna say is that over here, you find yourself out in Tucson, Arizona, and you like aviation, there's the base. And I think this looks like it. Now, they don't have the best yeah. So this is the Pima Air and Space Museum here. I think. In any case, that it does look a lot like it here. And it is, as I recall, like right up on the base. Because what was cool was when I was there, when I was right here, yeah, so when I was here, they were doing all kinds of maneuvers at the Air Force Base. And so that was pretty cool. And there was a bunch of Apaches doing these like low flights all along the mountain. And my sister-in-law said she thinks that they were rappelling out of the helicopters. Oh, nice. I had a over the Midwest here. No, yeah. I misspoke. Yeah, you're right. Blackhawk. That's what I was going for. Yeah, it looked like they were. That's what she thought they were doing. Oh, the boneyard. It's like my white whale. I'll get it in there someday. I know it. But that was super cool, and you know, obviously this texture doesn't give the Pima Air and Space Museum justice. So let's have a little story time here. So here we are. This is Denver. I thought this was a cool picture. So we flew into Denver. All these Southwest lined up. Denver is one of their hubs. More plain tails, plain wingtips. So there we go. What is that? Microsoft or IRL? That's IRL. Yeah, so there's that Tucson station, Alaska, and I thought it was just funny, Alaska and Tucson. But back here, there was one of those big Osprey. You can maybe, I don't know, that's the plane. There was an Osprey back there. Anyway, here's at the Air and Space Museum. I have no idea what order these are in. This is probably like the SR-71 Blackbird. Oh yeah, I like this chick. Torpedo Bomber Squadron 2-1. Here's a helicopter. Well, the shooty part. This was like a I mean, I don't know my helicopters well enough. Although this is what my brother flies. I always want to call it a Seahawk, but I think it's something else. But cool helicopter. I think this is the front of a Huey. It looks like a frog. An engine. So all outside is the the boneyard. And I think this is they have a, yeah, here we go. So lots of just like, you know, pretty decrepit ones, but this right here is was a big 747. This is my lovely wife down there for scale. Yeah, it was this thing. I took a picture of this to show my my German bros in the flight sim Discord. Friends again. It's the Sophia. But yeah, this was a really cool 747. Whatever, I like signage. So yeah, this was the from a Sabre, Arizona Air National Guard, a panel. Great logo. Want that on a t-shirt. Bungay Buckaroo. This was on a, I guess these pictures are not doing, these are all my close-ups. You're not really looking at airplanes, just parts of airplanes. But this was like one of the first, they have out there a 787-800 Dreamliner. And it's one of the first ones. Look at that. Ooh, fancy Rolls-Royce 787. Yeah, 787-800. It's 800 or just 8? I don't know. Dreamliner prototype airliner. And it's in the All Nippon Airways livery. And yeah, man, the size of these engines are just wild. Yeah, there it is. So cool to walk up close to A 787. And they had all kinds of sweet, kind of late 20th century retired planes. A lot of Vietnam era. This thing is enormous. How in the hell, you know? This was the presidential. I thought the engines looked great. It looks like a pod racer from Star Wars. Oops. This was like a 727 or something. One of the. It used to be like the president one. This is the Guppy. Enormous transport. Weird ass aircraft. This is cool because it had these. I never seen this. These like dual rotors. Bomber. Yeah, look at all the engines. This has the I think this one is like there's turbines on the end and then they have turboprops on the back. Mystery 4A. All right, back to Denver. Anyway, just a couple of pictures from Pima. Pima Air and Space Museum, if you're watching, I will gladly take a sponsorship. I don't think that's how it works, but I'm here for you. Anyway, Tucson is great. Go out this way. Awesome trails, and we rented a house out there, a casita, like right on the park, the national park. I guess it's more north. But yeah, I really like Tucson. All right. Back to business. I'm flying back to Vegas. We're lucky today. So let me go for the full reload here because I don't trust any aircraft to work on a return flight in any simulator. But I guess so. Is everyone flying that A220 today? Yeah, I mean, it's actually an aircraft I'm very unfamiliar with. Oh, pizza. I could go for a pizza. I don't know if I'm allowed to play this. Alright, we're gonna back off some King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard for a second. I know that you're crushed about that, but if you've never seen this.
That's right, when super giant pizza, plain,
Hold
nothing on it.
This is the weirdest. This is so weird. Get ready. I guess I'm getting copyright stricken.
Super giant pizza, plain.
All right. You know who that is? I'll play a little bit of it.
Plain. Nothing on it. And I'd like that delivered as soon as possible.
Girls, your pizza's here.
Thank you.
I'm about to ruin all your lives.
Cleaned out the refrigerator. I think we're just about ready to build the perfect pizza. Give me pizza!
Oh my god.
P-I-Z-Z-A. Give me pizza! P-I-Z-Z-A. Now we're feeling kinda hungry. We got mega munchies. Time to make our pizza as big as some countries. How much pizza do
Oh
you
my
think,
god.
Chow?
This is like
Whatever
90s
it is,
rock,
whatever
or
else.
90s rap
Pizza, pizza,
stylings.
pizza. A work of art like the Mona Lisa. It's gotta be high like the Tower of Pisa. But to get there, you don't need a visa. Pizza!
P-I-Z-Z-A.
Give me pizza! Did I happen to say, I want pizza?
I think one of them is still Axe.
I want pizza! Hey, are you ready to play? Now set down the pizza and bring some chicken. Throw it on top and make your finger licking. Guacamole, meatball, whipped cream pouring like waterfalls. Here's a little salsa to make it hot. Here's
They
some
put
ice
salsa and ice cream on it. Yeah, fish.
Pizza pie, pizza!
Alright. That's it for that. Now, better than that is the slowed down version. That's the one I recommend. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked already here. Alright, we're back in an airplane. We got to fly to Las Vegas. Got some X-plane sounds. Aircraft looks like it is loaded again. Heavy tab. Auto checklist. Nice. Let's do some things. First, shocks are there. Give me GPU. We want the air conditioning unit also. All right, ground power on. Nav. Lights, seat belts, smoking. Window heats, hydraulics off. That's gotta come on. This is probably gonna be about the same. Let's turn a collision light on. All right, cool. Aircraft coming to life. So I want to grab a return flight. So let's go into good old SimBrief. Let's new flight. Southwest. 4622 again. Kilo Tango Lima, or uniform KLAS. I don't know why I like flying into Las Vegas so much. That's right, you can see right through me, man. We have very similar music tastes. I noticed because I like listening to your channel. If I come for the high level DCS excitement, but I stay for the music. All right, we're in a Boeing 737-800. There is a decent profile, but I don't want the Southwest layout. Now, I will say, dude, DCS is really starting to speak to me, and so I'll be getting there at some point. I will be getting there soon. Because yeah, I wanna run some missions. Behind the lines, though. Again, I'm a coward. I don't want to. All right. This looks like a legitimate flight plan here. Let's generate flight. Fetching NOTAMs, building maps, loading briefing. There we go. Brief downloader, are you alive? KTUS KLAS, export, close, close. Flight plan is now add. Alright, we're not enjoying King Gizzard and Lizard Wizard anymore. Well, a little bit. Wrong one. Okay. Flight plan. So let's pull this up here. We'll just play some relaxed Gizzard, not screaming Stu Gizzard. No, I'm just a, you know, a cultist. I'm part of the weirdo swarm. I am a big fan. King Gizzard and Lizard Wizard, if you're watching, you are great dudes. I like all your music. Thank you for providing so much enjoyment in my life for $0 also. Although you've gotten plenty of money out of me. You know, a couch tour. I got off the couch. Yeah, they're just great. What can I say? Yeah, I'm a groupie. Okay, so let's get out of here. Go back. But yeah, my buddy was a big King Gizzard and the Lizard fan, and he just slowly started getting me into it. And when the couch tour during the pandemic, so you know, lots of stuff happens during the pandemic. Yeah, although you have been to one really good concert. You saw one of my other favorite bands, Deftones. KTUS to Loss. Today's July 28th. Here we go. Alright, what's our routing today? Alright, the Wildcat 4 and the Rockstar. Okay. So, departure. The Wildcat 4 RNAV. Did you see do they have in Miami? Oh yeah. Jeez, man, you got me. You're too quick for me sometimes, Santa. That's right. El Gato Loco. Yeah. So I went to that playoff game that year. The Ravens destroyed the Dolphins. It was so, yeah. It was just a brutal game. The one year the Dolphins... I know. It's that alone. They snuck in. It was the year that like Tom Brady had like busted his leg, and I think Brett Favre was the quarterback for the Jets, living out his like weird final years of sending pictures to poor women. And yeah, they got in, and that was the Chad Pennington of all people, who I absolutely hated. He's, you know, the most accurate passer of all time. And basically, Tua is just like a different Chad Pennington. They have the same dead arm. Yeah, exactly. Alright, and for us, the Rockstar arrival, I would expect no less. For us, the Rockstar Arnav. And we are landing. But yeah, oh man, I used to loathe Chad Pennington. And then he was our quarterback, and he played well. But then, yeah, they had the Wildcat. They you know, Ricky Williams and Ronnie, man. Yeah. Well, he was very accurate. I mean, just statistically speaking. But you need to have an arm these days. He was like, you can't. Tua is like the last of that kind. All right, so the Rockstar 2-6 left. That's usually where they're always landing. Approach. Let's do the old ILS Zulu 2-6 left. Yep, Prino. This looks good. How's our weather? Gusty. But yeah, so we went to the Dolphins went to the playoffs that year. And they won. You know, they played at home. They won their division. And the Ravens were like one of the wild card teams that came into town, and they just annihilated the Dolphins. But we had a good time. It was a family affair. All right, so I think we're kind of getting set up here. So let's go ahead and give myself, get rid of this. I need some lights. Want some lights. Otherwise, my actually, it's like my WinWing stuff is too dark. Man, these displays are pretty light too. Deal light test. I'm just doing these tests because the guy is gonna yell at us. Our checklist guy. Okay, let's set up the old flight computer. And I think, man, football is fast upon us. All right, we're in a 737. That's good. Pause in it. Charts. All right, we are in Kilo Tango Uniform Sierra. And we're going to Kilo Lima Alpha Sierra. Oh wait, we're not doing that yet. Let's get the IRS. Grab a GPS. Set the IRS position. So, Santa, you're not a sports ball man? God bless you, really. I wish I could break myself of curse of being a sports fan. But I'm addicted. Oh yeah? But you got your Cody? Nice. I'll check that at some point. I don't know where my phone is actually. I should check. Okay, Southwest 4622. Departures arrivals. So we said we're departing. We will take the Wildcat and runway 30. Gotcha. And B-ball, that will be for baseball because we're in Arizona. So that's what I'm going with. Spring training. Now baseball, that I will those are the gods that I believe in. They're real and they're mean. All right, route, activate, execute. Yeah, as you know, I'm a big baseball guy. So we just need on the routing, because I don't have this set up, let's go to the direct to the Phoenix VOR. We're taking our Juliet 11 Air Road back to Dark Delta Romeo Kilo, and then Elda is I probably don't have to put it in, but because it's the transition, I'm sure. Okay, execute. Yeah, honestly, the pitch clock is one of the best things they ever did. And then, of course, ABS challenges. Thank you. You know, these umps, they needed it. The numbers are insane. You know, the Santa, the mass liberal media, ESPN, wants you to believe. So, you know, they say about the pitch clock, they're like, oh, you know, and look, the umps have a hard job, et cetera, et cetera. That's fine. You know, that's not my point. But they're trying to like sugarcoat it and say like, oh, look, you know, if you look at the challenges across the MLB right now, it's pretty much like, you know, 50, a hair above 50% are overturned. And so the refs are right. So what people say, they misuse that stat and they say, oh, the umpires are getting, you know, oh, when a player challenges, see, they're only right half the time. It's a coin flip. But it's like, no. That's not what's going on. What's going on is think about the number of calls actually being missed in the MLB in a year. And they were like, it's something crazy. I need to ask the AI again. Let's see what it is now. Sorry, this is just like a very big topic for me. Gemini, how many ABS challenges have there been in the MLB so far, and how many have been overturned? Yeah, 2,000 calls have been overturned. 2,000. And granted, I know that's a lot of outs, or a lot of pitches and whatnot in the grand scheme, you know, percentage-wise, etc. But like, you know, that's getting a lot wrong. Too much for me. I picked the wrong. Hold on. We want the Rockstar. Zelda. Yeah, that was I was watching that game. It was the Tigers. Who was it? Anbel? No. I know, I mean, it's kind of one of those sad stories because the ump, he's said publicly he botched it and doesn't know what he was thinking and feels really bad about it. But I remember because Miguel Cabrera was like, I remember the shocked look on his face. All right, so we're doing the Rockstar, and we'll go right to Preno. Execute. All right, cool. Legs. Go plan mode. Let's step through our flight plan. All right, El Gato Loco, the Wildcat. I guess I should look at what it actually is. All right, so we're taking off 3-0. So just, is this a RNAV? Yeah. All right, well, if we wanted, we have the VOR. All right, so radial 306 to Wildcat. We need to be above 6,700. And then we are on our way to B-ball, and all right, that's pretty straightforward. Altitudes 17,000. I'll plug that in. That's right. 6-7. What the kids say these days. And it is hilarious. And it is, in fact, hilarious. I am with you, Gen Alpha people. You have the most interesting form of apathy I have ever seen from a generation, but I almost respect it. Not sure yet. We'll see. You niner. Now, us millennials like me and Santa, we're responsible still. We have jobs, kind of. Says the guy playing 40-something-year-old guy playing Flight Simulator in the middle of the day on a Tuesday. Is it Tuesday? I don't even know anymore. So I'll tell you what, I need to stop drinking coffee and switch to a brewski, I think, because it's getting to that hour for your buddy Nate. Okay, so B-ball. Let's just make sure the rest of this is looking good. Step. There's the Phoenix VOR to Dark to Elda to Jajin Petty. Let's zoom in. Steppin'. Keep stepping. Rockstar, Huxley, Van Halen, Reno, Larry, Shand, Braylon. There we go. Hold. Awesome. We need to load the aircraft though. Alright, fuel, weight, and balance. And I think ZIBO is pretty good about its sim brief stuff. So let's go payload. I think you can just put in the max payload down here. 32.9er. What is that? 1600. Let's go. 800. Spread it out. We're packed. Let's go back. Fuel. Oh no, shit. Fuel. 16.8 thousand. Okay. Takeoff weight 144.3. Yeah, and zero fuel weight is usually a little higher here, but that's good. That's fine. All right, now fuel truck call. So that's one upgrade I'm thinking of making to actually Santa TV wise for the sim. I have terrible eyesight. And so this is a struggle. Look at this guy. Let's fuel up. So I don't know if I'm gonna go. I have a well, hey, I'll give you my address or bring it to Chicago for that simulator convention, and we'll talk. Now, I have a 48-inch that I think would be actually better than the 2 monitors I have right now here, but I'm worried about playing in 4K because I don't know what's going to happen to my frames. I haven't tried it on my new setup yet. All right, so we are getting fueled up. Man, we got the what is it? You know, Captain Morgan. But that will help. I've dragged the TV in here before. It's in my den, and I do like it. So there's the fuel coming.
Flight deck fuel is all loaded up, and you are good to go.
Sweet. So I think that's set for the payload. So we can go ahead and do the ground weight. Reserves are 7.4. Cost index is 5. We are saving gas. We're only going up to 320. Cruise winds 162 at 17, and the temperature at top of climb minus 34. That's like minus something like that. No. What is it? Minus 34. I can never do these calculations. Oh, I'm going the wrong way with the. All right, that's good enough for me. All right, temperature. What is our CG? 20.7. So let's do a performance calculation. KTUS, runway 30. We're taking the full hog. It is dry. The winds today in Tucson is 340 at 8. Outside air temperature 35 European or global units of temperature. Yeah, when the 65-inch shows up at their front door, and if wife is home, you're in the shit, friend. All right, Optimum, max, flaps 5, air conditioner on. Oh, well that's nice. Then not so bad. TVs are getting pretty inexpensive these days. But yeah, at some point I gotta go. I have two really nice 27-inch monitors that I use now that are just like, I've had them forever. They're really nice. But it's, you know, mostly for like work and stuff. What did I say our CG was? 20.7. Calculate. All right, here we go. So our N1 limit, select temp is 38. Slight thrust reduction. Oh, it's in kilograms. Interesting. All right, select temp 94.2. All right, we'll be going a little faster, it seems. And the V speeds, climb is good. Take off, flaps 5. Trim, and let's take these V speeds. 141, 142, and 146. Okay. Cool. Map mode. Thrust reduction will also be at 1800. All right, we are close. So let's do. I didn't set up our panel. Flight directors come on. 306 is in fact our course. Up to 17. Our V speed was V2 146. LNAV, VNAV. Okay. We can probably do a checklist. So let's go Lars and Andy, sure. Although we could have flight deck to sim here, our pilot monitoring. You watch Flight Deck to Sim Santa owns? He's a cool guy. He's a like high energy, real life pilot, English guy. He has really good tutorial videos for this. I mean, I've used the, you know.
Safety inspection checklist.
That's
Surfaces and shocks.
Checked.
Maintenance status.
Checked.
Battery.
On.
Electric hydraulic pumps.
Really?
I don't put the pumps on yet.
Landing gear lever.
Down.
Ship's library.
Check.
Safety inspection checklist complete.
Well, you can go in there and lurk. Yeah, I mean, it's serious. He's German and a pro pilot, so you gotta check yourself. You know. No, he's a really nice guy. We've met, we've hung out in real life. Okay, we're getting close. I think it's all right. Giz, thank you. This is change. We're getting back into pilot mode here. Okay. Focus. Maximum focus. Nothing down here I really need to worry about. Just in case so the thing doesn't ding me. Did I close the door yet? All right, people, get ready. But yeah, but I mean, you know, I've learned a lot, as you can tell, with the, you know, it's just how incredible we've been doing today. All right, huff a little oxygen, and co-pilot, you can have a little bit of this. We can have another VOR on. Let me go. Map. Center. Okay. All right, let's get the APU going here. So yaw damper can come on now that our hydraulics are good to go. You know, I could test our crossfeed, but let's get a pump on. Whoa, that was close. That would have been a bad finger slip. This is all looking good. Looking good. You got EGT your eyes momentarily, I'm sure. Yeah, we're you know, we're like you know, I'm the cool uncle is how I like to look at it. I'm the cool uncle of flight simulation. You know, I gotta be an adult. But I you know, I can mess around. You know, that's why I love my little nieces and nephews. I didn't realize how fun it was gonna be to be an uncle. Uncle Nate, man. It's just perfect. But yeah, you know, I like getting into the weeds with these young my nieces and nephews, and it's like, you know, I'm trying to tell them to talk to me like a normal person. Where I'm like, look, man, I'm not your dad. You know, I'm not your mom. I'm Nate. I'm gonna treat you like I would an adult, and I expect the same. No, and so I like that. You know, I don't want the pretense. I don't want the kid, you know, the BS, the kid BS. Like when they whine and complain, I'll go to my my nephew and just be like, you know, he'll be whining and his parents will be like, oh, you know, we're gonna tend to you and we're good parents. And I just look at him and I'm like, you're so full of shit. And I give him a little poke. All right, APU is ready. Let's switch over to APU. I think I need to disconnect the air conditioner thing first. Yeah, so that's cool. The AC thing works. It pumps in air. I just heard it go off. Cool. All right, packs come on. Isolation valve stays open. APU bleed air comes on. Nice. Got another light on. All right, we're very close. I'm feeling very ready for this. All right. One more huff of oxygen. And let's do the... I can get rid of the GPU at least. And parking brake is set. Chocks. So let's go ahead and do a... Let's just do the transit.
Checklist to the line. Gear pins.
Removed.
Oxygen.
Tested 100%.
Yaw damper.
On.
Fuel.
I love the auto checklist, man. Auto and audio checklists. All right, we've got
check
everything good.
Fuel pumps.
4 pumps on.
Fasten belts.
Really?
Oh,
On.
give me a
Window
break.
heat.
On.
Air conditioning.
Pax auto bleeds on.
Pressurization.
Is set. No, that's not. 30. Flight level 320. And Vegas is... touchdown is 2,100. Okay, that works for me. Yes.
Set.
Pressurization mode selector.
Auto.
Instruments.
Cross-checked.
Auto brake.
No.
So I don't do that yet
RTO.
Parking brake.
on my
Set.
real checklist.
Stab trim cutout switches.
Hey, Captain,
Normal.
let me know where you want
Radios,
this thing.
radar, and transponder.
I think we're going this way.
Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
All right, set.
Set. Standby.
Rudder and aileron trims.
3 and 0.
Takeoff briefing.
Yeah, we're taking off. We're gonna taxi 30, so Alpha, all the way, Alpha 17, and then we fly straight out and climb. And this is no problemo for us. All right, next.
Discussed.
PA.
Sure.
Complete.
FMC CDU.
All right, FMC is all set up. Yes.
Set.
N1 and IAS bugs.
N1 and IAS auto V-speed set.
Stab trim.
Set.
Performance, weight, and balance.
It's actually not set.
All right. Looks like the doors and hatches are closed and we're ready to connect.
Checked.
EFB.
Airplane mode and stowed.
Phones.
Off.
Flight deck window and cockpit door.
Closed.
Doors.
Closed.
Passages.
Seated.
Before start checklist completed to the line.
Excellent, eh? All right. I think we're ready for pushback. Did that guy hook us up? I never hear him properly. I guess these can come on. All right, packs off.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh, here we
Tow's
go.
connected. Bypass pins inserted. Go ahead and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
Okay, I was waiting for that. All right. Before start
Before
below the
start
line.
checklist below the line. Air conditioning packs.
Off.
Anti-collision light.
On.
Parking brake.
Set.
Transponder.
Really?
Standby?
Out. Off.
Before
Oh.
start checklist completed.
All right. Let's start up some engines. Release the parking brake.
Here comes the pushback. Light them up.
Yeah, I will light them up. We want it a little loud for startup. All right, gas. All right. That looks correcto. Engine 1. Is it 23%? Fuel. And what the other thing I like about being an uncle is I just bring a big wad of cash. And I asked my friends,
Just about
I'm
done
like,
here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
does your kid know the value of $1 yet? And, you know, usually not. And that's good. Because then what I do is I just like keep tipping them $1 to like go do things that are worth more than $1 for me. Like get me a beer. Like, I could use my nephew right now. Because I could just be like, hey.
And we're disconnecting the tow. Give me just a moment.
Get a $2 bill out of my pocket. And be like, go get Nate a High Life. Alright, disconnect hand signals. No, my wife and I are we're standing pat. We've got I have 2 adult children in that live on my property. That's who I have to take care of. my
and we're disconnected.
My
Signal and pin
dependents.
on the left. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
Okay. All right, we're gonna do these flows, and then I do need that something to drink. Yeah, I'll let you. It's a thinker. I'll let you think who they might be. All right, Gen 1 on. All this looking good. Looking good. Off, off, auto, off. Don't need any other lights. Switches to continuous. APU can come off. Let's get some lights on. And we will, I did set the trim. Flaps 5 take off. Flaps 5 set. Let's let that travel. Sys. Pull down. Neutral. Pull up. Neutral. Pull left. Full right. I do have dog. A dog. No, my adult children are my folks. I am their caretaker. They took care of me for a while. I take care of them for now. You know. Well, they got some time left. Yeah. Oh no, birds. Go away, birds. You see this? This is true fear. That is true fear right there. Birds. Alright, that was looking good. You have to have it set on, but you're right, actually, I don't know if these birds can kill you or not. Where are they? I'm pretty sure usually they're more than just shadows. I swear I've seen the real birds before. Alright, I don't want to go crazy here, but... Alright, I will give myself terrain today. And I want my... what is it called on here? Data? Airports data? Yeah. Get rid of this page. And I will do the checklist and then I will be right back. I think I did everything.
Before taxi checklist. Generators.
On.
APU.
Off.
Start switches.
Continuous.
Probe heat.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Air conditioning.
Pax auto bleeds on.
Isolation valve.
Auto.
Flaps.
Flaps 5 required and selected. Green light.
Stab trim.
Set.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Flight control.
Checked.
Recall.
Checked.
Before taxi checklist completed.
Alright, awesome. Okay, before we get to taxiing, I will be right back in 2 seconds. Let me tend to a quick real life affair and then I will be right back. 2 seconds. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. We'll be taxiing. Captain had some important affairs to attend to. Alright, so we did our checklist. We're ready. Alpha 7. Alpha. All the way. Alright, parking brake released. But yeah, you can do bird strikes, and I'm trying to think which one of the add-ons is fantastic, the bird strike. Like, you get a straight up bird strike. The blood, it's like a bird hits your window. It's ridiculous. Alright, brakes. Alright. Tucson. Alright, we'll enjoy a nice relaxing flight back to Vegas. Yep, Tucson, Arizona. No, Tucson is nice. I do like Tucson. Oh. It's I'll join after. I need yeah, I will. I remember. I'll just Nate, I have only so many things I can do at once, and joining a Discord is that's a big step. Yeah, I'll come say hi, definitely. Well, we're moving up the ranks here. I'll tell you what, you showed great improvement, Santa. I am proud of you. When I turned on your stream the other day, and I saw that big white unmarked 777 coming into San Francisco, and I was like, holy shit, this is gonna be bad. And no. And I saw that thing, and yeah, you had a good positive touchdown, but you were down on the runway, stuck to the center line. I mean, it was beautiful. So were you using the were you loading yourself back in the save state? Auto thrust. Is it auto thrust or auto throttle in the Boeing? Throttle for me. Oh, it's got like a okay. Yeah, supposedly the TOLUS has a really good save state feature, or it can put you on a downwind or whatever. X-Plane does. The only thing about that is who knows how jacked up the plane configuration is at that point. It might be okay though. But I do know yeah, okay. I was I don't know why I haven't done it yet, but in the oh, okay. The it's actually one of the dudes who I met, who's another longtime member of the Black Box chat, Mark. Really cool guy. It was fun meeting him, and at the Flight Sim Expo, but he was telling me how good the TOLUS save state thing is, because you can just kind of get yourself all configured just how you want and just save that state, and then you can just like not replay, but reload from that, and so everything is set. It saves your whole panel state, I think, pretty well. So next time I jump into the Airbus, I'm gonna, I think, mess with that. Yeah, because I know the Flight Factor 777 does have more stuff, modern, upgraded sort of quality of life things. The hell am I? Is it really? Oh, so people don't land. That's interesting. I mean, I get it. That's like something I would do. And then Microsoft has FSI panel, which I think works with a lot of the aircraft, which is a pretty good looking little app. The thing is, I don't know, man. I'm not going back into Microsoft for a while. You know, I can't see what will bring me there. Even with the 777 coming out, or 757 coming out. Okay, auto thrust is on. Let's get some more lights on. Strobe. I hate that the strobe is there. Alright, off. I feel like whoever designed
on
these
runway 30
these light switches is a sadist. Okay. I think we're ready. I'm gonna have a sip of my this is Nate after dark now, Santa. It's been a long day of flying. I needed a little adult beverage to keep the nerves at bay. Before takeoff,
Before takeoff checklist to the line. Config.
Are you sure?
Oh, this is good that we didn't do the config test. 'Cause let's see something.
Check.
Flaps.
Flaps 5 set, green light.
Stab trim.
Set.
Takeoff briefing.
Yeah, we did that.
Reviewed.
Cabin.
Secured.
Before takeoff checklist completed to the line.
On runway 30. On runway 30.
We have RAS Lady to protect us.
Before takeoff checklist below the line. MCP.
Set.
Transponder.
TARA.
Strobe lights.
On.
Landing lights.
On.
Before takeoff checklist completed.
Alright, we did it. RAS Lady protects us from everything. Alright, takeoff. You ready, Santa? Here we go. Oh, let's be, hold on, we're pilots. Wind 340 at 8. So we will be getting a little bit of wind from our right side. Alright. Pulling up. Alright. Settling, looking good. Toga, N1. So that's just a bug, don't worry. That's a ZIBO thing. They'll go away. Alright, there we go. N1, Toga.
knots.
Alright, thrust hold. The ZIBO feels good taking off.
V1, rotate.
Alright, rotate. Come on, you big fella. Trim.
Positive rate.
Alright, positive rate of climb. Gear up. LNAV. Alright, VNAV speed.
1,000.
Losing some speed here. Let's nose down. So like Santa, see on the left side there? Alright, N1. So like I'm in flaps 5 right now. Alright, reaching acceleration, let me nose down. So I'm like trimming down, getting nice and stable. Yeah, so I'm sort of waiting. So I'm on flaps 5. And as I come to the flaps 1 speed on the left, there, oh, nose is pitching up a little bit as we're accelerating. Gotta trim down a little bit. Alright, so now I will go to flaps 1. And nosing down way too much. Alright, so a little janky there, but you get the idea. So now I'm moving past the up speed, so flaps come up. Because below that, when you get too slow, you need the flaps, otherwise you'll, you know, you don't have any lift anymore. So yeah, look at us, manual flying. Enough of that. Alright, command. Alright, it's gonna be loud out there. Let's look outside. Oh, we could, yeah. Bye-bye, Tucson. Yeah, so one thing I'm gonna have to ask some X-plane experts. X-plane experts, that's hard to say. If this is like a tile thing with, or what? It doesn't really bother me that much, but I'm just curious. Maybe next time I fly Tucson, I'll load up a different map enhancement map and see what happens. Alright, above 10,000, let's do our after takeoff stuff. We are accelerating, lights come off, 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 off. Logo off, strobe, anti-collision. I think it depends on just what part of the world you're at and what map enhancement map you're using. Like I'm using the Bing maps right now, and I think the exterior down. And so I think it's just that the satellite imagery is, you know, it's using like different years of satellite imagery right here. Something like that. Yeah, so I'm using the Bing because I found that it's a little nicer in certain places, but it all depends. So I think I'm going to try next time, I'll use the Google Pro too. Because yeah, I have all the maps also. I think even Apple Map is okay. Yeah, but so I think that's what's going on, unfortunately, in Tucson, is a tile. You can kind of see it's this big tile. But also the other thing I haven't really gotten into is you can, you know, you can download like the orthos and make your own tiles. Now I don't know what that seems complicated. Damn it, Santa, where are you, bro? I guess I shouldn't have got that beer. I guess I should not have gotten that beer. I gotta do it all myself. So, this is the other thing. My
That's
wind wing
real.
stuff right now is like, that's at a normal rate, like same rate of turn. Fair enough. Are you live now, or is you somewhere else? Okay, 17. So 320. Oh, nice. Yeah, at some point sooner than later, I'll be doing a VATSIM. Well, if I'm your co-pilot, then maybe not. So another thing I want to check out too is that I know when I'm doing this, I can just press Alt Intervention instead of like selecting VNav on and off. There's no restriction, I don't think there, so I think it's okay. All right, N1 VNav speed. Climbing. So when you're in VNav, you can, over here, this button is like, basically you can tell it to go to the next altitude you have plugged in here. The only thing is this button clears out. I'm pretty sure like you want to watch out when you press it, because when you have restrictions, if you press it, it'll clear out the restrictions, I believe. And so I think in that case, I don't know what you do. I think you just maybe flip VNav on and off. You unplug and then you plug it back in. I don't know. I really don't know though. Maybe you just go like Alt Hold VNav, something like that. Keep going. Alright. Standard. Set. Okay, we are flying. Papa Climb is right at Phoenix. Oh, the desert. Who brought this water out here? Yeah, I think X-plane atmospherics are just really nice. But I always notice when I fly over, since I fly this area a lot, that there's one big tile here that's kind of a little off with the surrounding. Again, since I'm old, like, certain graphic things don't bother me, because this looks so good compared to anything I ever had ever. All right. Did I do... Where are we at here?
After takeoff checklist. Air conditioning and pressurization.
Set.
Engine start switches.
Off.
Landing gear.
Up and off.
Auto brake.
Off.
Flaps.
Up. No lights.
Altimeters.
R set.
Set.
After takeoff checklist completed.
I tell you what, I might just fly the ZIBO from now on just for audio checklist. I think that just means it's nice having a co-pilot with you. Although really, it's that you have two with you because one is doing all the self-sensing stuff. But yeah, what I was saying is like, I can't see myself going over to Microsoft anytime soon. It's just, I just don't like that flight model well enough. And yeah, same here. I mean, look, it was just like, I only got Microsoft because like during the pandemic, like my friend was like, got all kind of into the like the pre-release hype for, he was like a gamer guy. And so he was saying, so I wonder if, here's where we need a real pilot to tell us if we actually like, do we actually need anti-ice just to go through this level of cloud? I don't think so. And besides, what's the, I mean, it's moisture, right, technically? We haven't done anti-ice yet. Let's turn it on just to say we did. But yeah, he was super jacked about Microsoft Flight Simulator coming out, and then and so I was just like, yeah, I'll pick it up. I was like, I haven't done flight sim in a long time. And then he and I did just kind of like multiplayer, flying around in VFR, or, you know, as you do, doing like flying through Paris at 100 feet, 200 feet, and flying through New York City, Grand Canyon. You know, you pick man-made, any of the yeah. And so we were doing that, and that was a lot of fun. And I still do that. But the thing is, it kind of like, once I got into this and started looking around, I just am a nerd, and I like airliners. And so I've just like always been curious about how they actually work. And yeah, so that's kind of just like what kind of got it all started. I bought the PMDG 737 at some point and started watching streams. And now look at us. We had a really nice landing.
How's it go?
We're cloud surfing. Oh yeah. At the time I had, you know, an Xbox controller. Now, oh good lord, I got all this WinWing stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love it. I absolutely love all this stuff. And you gotta help me get my headset set up when the time comes, Santa. That's when you pay it forward. No. But no, seriously, if you have advice on like the VR stuff, because like I tell you, I have that reverb. It's just like sitting in my closet. I got the expensive cord. I checked. I got all the stuff. So can I, if I get, so tell me this, if I get DCS and I want to do that, because I know that you definitely want the head tracking. Do you use those, the little like hand controllers that it comes with to manipulate stuff? Or would I use like my Warthog stick? Like how do you go back and forth between... Okay, so I can use my gear. I'd have to turn my desk around. Okay. And you don't use the, like... Do you ever use those, the little controllers or whatever they are? You know... Oh, okay. Which I guess could be kind of a cool experience. But, you know, you got all this gear. Alright everyone, smoke them if you got them. Captain's having a beer, everyone else can have a beer too. Oh, X-Plane. Oh, nice. Okay, we'll keep that. I'm gonna have to put you on timeout for that one. Ban Santa. Ban. Warn. Hold a message for sex-based terms. I'll have to give him a harder look now that you mention it that way. I'm gonna have to. I'm opening. I'm going in the closet later when my wife's not looking. See what's happening. Okay, I'm gonna loosely plan. So, yeah. That's a good, all those Reddits are good. So I'm gonna deny. Hopefully it doesn't, like, do anything bad to you. Right. I did watch, I can't remember, okay. You know, I don't want to give you a strike of some kind. I was watching one of your Dutch buddies. I can't remember who it was, just I wanted to check out what they were up to. And he had, like, he's got, like, himself down in the, I think he looked like he had the Meta Quest gear. I think that's what it was. And he was doing like PvP, or trying to. I think the servers were messed up. Yeah. So I'm not gonna lie, there is something. Controller. Yeah. So I'm not gonna lie, I would try it with the controllers, just because like I could see, you know, I'm lazy, and I could see like sitting back in my comfortable chair here with the VR and just like the controllers down by my side. That sounds like a good time, even though DCS is like stressful as hell, especially if I'm in a helicopter, which do kind of look the coolest. It was funny, both you and you know, Black Box were getting into, or we're both doing helicopters kind of right around the same time. Alright, we're going to Las Vegas. Let's reset. Same wind as before. 2987. I'll pre-dial that. I thought the flight model was good. All right, we're gonna be 26 left. Rockstar, Elda, Jean, Eddie. Yeah, this will be good. 8,000. 210, 8,000 pre-no. Las Vegas VOR is 116.9er. That over there. What's the runway course? Boulder City 116.7. Alright, 116.7. Las Vegas is 116.9. 116.9. Let's get Boulder City. Well, let's do the ILS over here. 111.5. Okay, and I'll need it here. Okay. Okay, so we want 259er. Well, I guess really I should have these the opposite. .7 on this side. And give me the Vegas VOR 9er on this side. Yeah. And the missed approach from Boulder City, the radial, well, out, okay, is 287. I think I can put that over. That might help the cause. Yeah, we got some VORs. Let's get my rings. 26 left. We are becoming situationally aware now. I'm gonna have to figure out some kind of controller setup too, I guess. Or joystick setup for the helicopters. Whether or not I do it in VR or not. Oh, so nice. Where's the Grand Canyon? Speaking of helicopters, I think I mentioned there's like every night, if you, like tonight, if you put on the Vegas live stream from the airport there, which is really nice to watch with the sunset, as long as their bit rate isn't totally crap. But you see these helicopters go do the strip, but then another group of helicopters flies over and does the Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon ones are in the air during the day, it looks like, and then the they do like a convoy, like 8 of these really sweet like Airbus helicopters. Yeah, I guess it would be Grand Canyon. My sister-in-law. Yeah, my sister-in-law, she's got a great. I think it was one of their like for her unit's celebration of some kind. I forget what it was. Either everyone got their ranks or etc. Or got their assignments. I can't remember. Or she won some award, whatever. You know, military honors. And the pilots of the C-130s, which are I guess getting retired. I mean, I think technically this is icing conditions. I mean, it can't be, can it? Whatever, it doesn't hurt. I don't want the plane to ice over. They went on a really cool flight on the C-130. Like practically in the Grand Canyon, because you know you do whatever you want when you've got enough stripes on your shoulder. Well, don't we have like a big Hercules in DCS? We can recreate that flight. It's a real life flight, so it's like we're professionals. Alright. Foreman's Landing, KLAS 26 left. It is dry. Get our winds again. Not that. Loss. Alright, Tucson, we're not coming back. Right. So one problem I have when watching DCS, next time I'm in there, I'm gonna try and remind you. You gotta point out like what the hell you're shooting at. I know I see their SAM sight. I don't see them. Again, my eyesight is no good. And I'm watching on a tablet. That's why, by the way, why like my typing is so crap when I'm in your chat. You know, here I'm very fluent. And in chat, I sound like, you know, a robot or something. It's just because I got a keyboard from my tablet that's on the stand, the whole thing. Oops. All right, 180, gusting 20. And, woo, wow, 41 international units of heat. That's insane. Oh. Let me take a look at that. Well, I can never see, yeah, you need to be like, all right, on this mission, I'm going after SAM sites. And show them to me on the map. So I can follow a little better. That's my advice. It's my streamer advice. AC on. Yeah, just because I can, you know, I see when like bad things are starting to happen, and like you're obviously avoiding SAM sites, but sometimes I can't tell what's going on per se. 139. Let's go. We'll go auto brake 2 in Vegas. I do see when you're in the helos, those MiGs are flying around all over the place. That's some sketchy stuff. Alright, our first thing, we're coming from Elda. We want to be below 16, above 14, but ZIBO is pretty good. We can just go straight up 8,000. Alright, let me reset the MCP. $8,000. Alright, so we're coming Preno 8,000. We're gonna have some. I'm curious actually. Planes don't usually, like, they don't, I mean, they do land 1.9 in Vegas, but seems like unless the wind is crazy, they just let people go 2.6. They use the 2.6s. Navigraph? Yeah. But it says you see it has totally different weather. Whoa. Alright, so this is the weirdness right here. I think that's something to do with my wind wing, because right now my N1 button on my wind wing panel is illuminated and it shouldn't be. I gotta just download a Moby Flight profile. I'm sure someone has a good one. Alright, heading. Moby Flight is, so like, you know, for all your, it's basically like an open source, like joystick configuration program app. I don't know how to exactly, you know, I'm not a tech guy. But check it out, Moby Flight connector. And so instead of using like SimApp Pro for all your WinWing stuff, which is can be kind of buggy sometimes, Moby Flight is, I think, more stable and probably is less of like a resource hog, that kind of thing. And so that is what I use for most of my other aircraft, actually, because at the time I got this panel, nothing was supported, and so I kind of like taught myself a little bit of Moby Flight to make some profiles. And you know, it's more transparent because you can go in there and code stuff. All right, 150. Wow. Yeah, all right, I guess. Seems fast. Again, I think I need to look that up. 115.0. Alright. 115.0. Yeah, I'm a fan of Moby Flight. It's a really nice program. Okay, so let's review our approach one more time. The Preno will get on the ILS. 8,000 at Preno. We'll let it take us down 3,800. And standard glide slope decision height is... Oh, so Sandra, this is the other thing when we were talking about baro minimum. So the radio altimeter is this like above ground level, and then the baro is the actual. Oi! Mark! How you doing, man? Good to see you. I'm not a captain yet. I'm a I don't know what I am. I'm a guy trying to figure things out. But yeah. Good to see you, man. I had an excellent landing before. And we're going to try and pull it off again. Yeah, meet my buddy Santa here. He found me trying to learn X-plane. He's a madman. But he's a good guy. And I explained things to him about these crazy aircraft, but you know, don't tell BB. I'm giving, like, you know, sketchy information. Yeah, no problem, man. Feel free to just kind of pop in and out, lurk. I'm glad to say hi. That was a great time in Layla Stop, by the way. I had such a good time. Yeah, well, I'll tell him that, I'll tell him. But I'm just trying to get good enough, because all those shared flights last week are, I said on my last stream, I was like inspired by Aviamair and MAN and Fabian, our Austrian friend. They did such a good job, man, and it was just super fun. Those streams, I had a blast. But yeah, if you gotta, it's late in England land, isn't it? And I gotta concentrate. This is sterile cockpit time. I'm very professional, Mark. Let me have a sip of my my drink. But yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, yeah. And Fabian and I had talked before about trying and doing something. So, and I'm gonna get Santa. I'm gonna get him in here. Of all of us, Santa needs to know how to fly a cargo plane. Yeah, I can see why. You can see he's super happy when flying in that environment. Though, I joked with him. I said, I want to fly with him, but I want to be the co-pilot and like a rookie co-pilot, and I want him to just take me on like a rotation, like back in his A320 days, on just like a terrible, like one of his like not worst nights, like bad things happen, but just like, I want to talk to him about the darker side of being a pilot. Because it's gotta be so hard. When, flying from like Frankfurt to Munich and back 4 times in some sort of terrible weather. And then it makes me feel good for reading, I read books for a living, so it's like, okay. But yeah. But yeah, no, thanks a lot for stopping in, Mark. It was good to see you. I'm sure I'll see you around. Oh, audiobooks are fantastic, actually. I mean, no hate for me there. It's such a great way to start reading again. Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for the little shout outs and stuff the other day. That was really nice. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, if you have books you like, Santa. All right. We're passing. But yeah, Mark, enjoy. Say hi to jolly old England for me. You know, well, I was about to say I'm a big fan of Europe. I know you guys are, you used to be, et cetera, but, I like being over at the other side of the pond. Big fan. So, have a good time.
Altimeter setting.
Okay, RAS lady. Alright, we need to concentrate. Anti-ice comes off. Let's do some stuff early. Let's turn some lights on. I'm gonna remember to tell people to buckle their seatbelts this time. Let's check the QNH. 2987. 2987. Oh, let's do our
descent checklist. Pressurization.
Speaking of famous streamers, we got
anti-ice.
Off.
Approach briefing on fuel.
flight deck to sim voice going.
Discussed.
IAS and altitude bugs.
Set.
Checked and set.
Descent checklist completed.
Oh yeah, dude. Okay, I have Dungeon Crawler Carl. It's like a choose your own adventure thing. How cool is that? All right. Focus. Are we above 14? Ooh, we're breaking laws here. Hold on. All right, Santa. Ah. Do you? Is VR tough that way? I have to ask because sometimes you pull my leg, so I'm. All right, let's focus. Okay. The right doesn't cooperate. That bastard. Yeah. All right. Well, I have two very poor eyes. But I can. Alright. We're making it. We're making it. 13, 10. So we got, let's do some math. Huxley. 10 miles. We need to lose. Oh, we're good. We're totally good. Alright. Speeds. So 250 right now. It already wants us at 250. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the speed window. Whatever, 245, I'll take that. That's fine. Well, hey, for having 2,500, you put down a Boeing 777 like no other. All right, cabin is ready, I guess. Okay, I think I am ready for an approach checklist.
Approach checklist. Altimeters and instruments.
Alright, set and checked.
Set and cross-checked.
Approach aids.
We have our circles.
Checked and set.
Approach checklist completed.
Alright. Review our missed approach procedure. Climb to 3200. Right, turn 6000. Alright, I need to bleed off a reasonable amount of speed here. Whoa! I'm gonna help us out. Speed braking it. I have no shame in speed braking. Look. So, where is our fix? I wonder if we're actually, are we picking up the ILS? Yeah. We have indications. Here's what I'm gonna do, something fancy here. I think. Let's go Reno 259er intercept course. Go heading select and level change.
1000 to go.
And execute. And we'll intercept the ILS. Alright, heading select, MCP speed 210. We'll say we got some good old radar vectors. Alright, speed brake come in. And I'm gonna go ahead and arm approach. Alright, VOR lock, single channel, alt hold, yes. Light slope is armed. That's coming in. Here we go. Alright, glide slope. Alright, 210. Alright, 20 miles. Look, we're allowed to be grandmas on this stream. Flaps 1. Alright, we're coming down. Let's give ourselves some time here. Actually gonna help us out even more here. Flaps. I can go 5. Will that help us? Speed brakes. Okay, we will focus. Focus, focus. All right, we're starting to slow down. The Santa, one thing too with the flaps, it's just like there's an upper bound limit that you don't want to go past. That's, you know, the red, and they're on the dashboard here. And like, you don't want to go, you don't want to like be at, you don't want to go below or have your flaps up below that speed. Alright, usually when we don't slow down. What's flaps 15 speed? So check it out. Flaps 15 is 200 knots. So since we're not slowing down, I'm gonna dump the gear and go flaps 15, and that should help us bleed off some speed. And then I put the speed bug to flaps 15 speed. Let's look outside. There's a runway. Alright, so our VREF speed is 146. Missed approach was 320. Which incidentally is below us. That seems awfully low. I have to think about that too. Like, climb to 3200, then turn right. I mean, is missed approach, am I supposed to dial in the 6000 right now? Or the 3200? Okay. I'm gonna kill the auto thrust. Looking good. Go final config. Flaps 30. Landing checklist.
Landing checklist. Start switches.
Really?
Ooh, bad boys.
Continuous.
Recall.
Check.
Speed brake.
I'd like to check that again if you don't mind. Armed. Green light.
Landing gear.
Down 3 green.
Auto brake.
Auto brake 2 set.
Flaps.
Flap 30 set green light.
Landing lights.
On.
Landing checklist completed.
All right, we got a bunch of crosswind here. That's scary. Where are those? Roblin. What could happen here? Ooh. Ooh. Doesn't like we're getting a little slow. And do I see something on the runway up ahead here? Am I crazy? I think I see. I think there's a dog on the runway.
Approaching 26 left.
Grass lady. I just got a report of a dog on the runway. Oh boy. My controls. Power. Dog on the runway. Confirm. No? Yes? Decisions. Decisions have to be made. We have to make decisions. We're unstable. Minimum's coming. Toga. Go. Why are you going? Go around. We have to go around. 515. Watch our pitch. Positive rate. Gear up. Oh shit. Go faster, plane. Where's Las Vegas? Oh shit. I can't see. Alright, alright. Focus, focus. Let's climb 6,000. Turning right, 6,000. His nose is way too high. Alright, command. Oh, I'm giving it too much input. It doesn't like that. Alright, now it's good. Alright, flaps 5, we're gonna bug up. I think our go around the other day was better. Flaps 1. Ooh, Las Vegas. Look what I'm doing to you. These people are freaking out. So why did I start descending? So this was bad. Level change. Come on, man. Fly up. Oh boy. This is one we're gonna have to watch back. This is all sort of thing went wrong on that go around. We're getting fired. Shit. Good thing we're in Vegas. We can earn our life back.
1,000 to go.
Alright, speed. Alright, that was my go around music. Extra points if you know who that guy is. Alright, speed break command. It's a video. It's I was thinking about go arounds the other day, and I remember my friend and I in high school when we used to play Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. That's there's a song, and that guy, he says that. Go around, go around. So I was remembering that. I was like, okay, that can be go around music for me. Alright, so I'm pretty sure we absolutely botched that go around. And I'm not sure why. That's the point of the stream, as you know. And so I'm going to look forward to watching that go around, because what did I do? So when I pressed toga, I felt like the aircraft did not go into toga. I pressed it, I shoved my levers forward. I don't know if I had a hardware thing going on, which is possible. These simulation machines and controls are not always perfect. I thought the auto thrust, maybe it was just that the auto thrust doesn't arm itself, but either way I did cram or shove everything forward. Our engine stuff was all boxed here. There was all kinds of bad stuff happening. So I'm going to be really curious why or how I botched that, because this is self-improvement No, what is it? Yeah, self-improvement through flight simulation. Then, even worse, was I thought we were climbing. So a couple things. I know right off the bat. I need to read off my PFD. That's like so basic, but it helps you so much. And I forgot. All right, let's enter the hold. Let's call, all right, oxygen. I definitely need a sip of beer after this. Well, okay, first of all, for any of you children watching, as a demonstration, this is what happens when you fly impaired. You are not Denzel Washington. And even he got in trouble. Don't drink and fly. So I did have judgment impaired slightly. I'm going through the Rolodex in my head now of, like, you know. Again, this is why it's so good. After practice, you know, this is a good example of why I started doing this. It's just, I honestly have no goddamn idea what went wrong. I mean, obviously I planned the go around because I wanted to use my well, so one time I was watching this stream, this Vegas, or not this stream, the Las Vegas live stream of the airport, which is very nice. You know, you can watch the sunset over the desert. It's beautiful. And someone was flying in, and, you know, I'm not so familiar with all the terms. And someone's like, one of the pilots is like, oh, there's dog reported on the runway. I'm just like, what? A poor dog got on the runway? And I know that that's a thing just because I got on, you know, one of my favorite charts is like, beware stray dogs on runway. And so I was like, oh, fuck. But there wasn't dog on the runway. It was, what is it? FOD. But I swore they kept saying dog, and two planes had to do a go around, a big 777 cargo plane, which I felt bad. They were like an Air China, you know, cargo coming from there. It's like, oh man, after that flight you gotta do a go around. But so now whenever I think about it, I'm like, dog on the runway. That was my that's my cosplaying for today. And as Santa said, how's Rob Lowe doing? Oops. Rob? Brother, I am sorry about that. Time is it? 6. I am very sorry, Rob. That was... but yeah, so I need to watch that back and kind of figure out what kind of went wrong. What mainly threw me off was I felt like I wasn't getting any thrust when I pressed the toga button. And I believe it said toga. This is why, like, you should read things. If I was just read that off better. And I might have even read it off, but the adrenaline was too high. See, flight simulation, man, what a rush. It teaches you about yourself. Teaches me I'm bad at math. But I'm going to get better at math. And now we have this crosswind to land in. I should be a coward and land 1-9. All right, Boulder City. Let's think. What do we got here? 65. I mean, I guess we should go to Larry. No, Shand. 48. 4800. All right, arrivals. Let's replan. And we'll do a crosswind landing since we haven't done that really in the ZIBO. So give me... What is the final approach fix? Reland probably? I'm gonna do just no transition. Let's go to our legs page. So Shand, 4800. Let's see what kind of terrain we have going on out here. Alright, this mountain is 5,000. I don't think we're going to go there. Okay, zoom out. Let's think about this. So here we are, Shand. So we're going to just exit the hold straight to Shand. And the distance between, let's see. So we need to lose 6,000. We need to lose 1,000. We have 6. All right. It's going to be tight, but I think we'll make it. I'm going to execute that. Let's do our last loop-de-loop here. Go into our hold. We're going to arm the exit. I think I press execute right now. All right, good. It's armed. All right, hold on. I think I do need to do some crude math here. Or we just dive down. Legs. Alright. So we're going to be... We have 6 miles from Boulder to Shand. We need to lose 1,000. Oh, so no, we're good. 1,200, right? It's 48. Alright. Alright, math accomplished. We did it. As we exit, we will dive down. And how far is Shand? 10 miles, so... yeah, man, I can barely compute a tip. That's why I need to move to Europe. No tipping. Now, honestly, Santa, the biggest help is the rule of 3 one. I highly recommend the blackbox711.com and check out his app. He's got some helpful documents in there, and that one will have like the rule of 3 one. Very, very helpful. Like for just the basic, you know, although it's always funny. He always says, you know, it's not rocket science. And it's like, yeah, it is. Look at these things. No, but that really helps, like, with just making sure you're not totally off profile and stuff like that. And you can figure out if you're actually going to make it. So, like, for that one, what I was doing is just saying, we're at 6,000, we need to lose 1,200. Oh, you don't have to use them. I'm saying the app, like, you can go study later is what I'm saying. You can go study later. If you want to play video games, you can go study later. But no, it's like you take the distance you need to lose, or that you have. So like we need to lose 1,000 feet, essentially. Times 3. You take some stuff into account, like wind. You add or subtract based on the wind. And no, divide by 100. just cut off them zeros. I can do that much. But so the way these planes, they, you know, on idle, they basically float down. They lose about 3 miles every 1,000, or 1,000 feet every 3 miles, something like that, roughly, on idle power. Again, don't quote me on that. But I am going to do a couple of things here. First of all, we're not prepared at all. We got to can we be totally professional here? No, we can't. We got to get this thing down. We'll work on. Oh, it does have. We do have a VREF in? Really? Did we? Okay, level change. But this is actually, no, I want to go vertical speed. I want to get down, because, and I'm putting some flaps out. Because we're high. Nate is high. Happens sometimes.
Thousand to go.
Chand, 48. We are doing that, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm this is a big banana moment here. I'm just like, all right. I might get speed brakes out, you know, I might, yeah, you know what? Let's slow down. Oop. Man, my wind wing stuff is jumping all over the place. All right, we're quick here. I am gonna arm approach. All right, VOR lock, single channel, alt acquired. Speed brake's gonna come in. Alt hold. VOR lock, alt hold. Going flaps 5. Woo! Oh no. Now we really do have to go down. Ah. Alright. Damn. Alright, don't panic. Don't panic. Let's alt hold at 3,800. Go heading select. Let's turn. I meant to do that. Do orbit. Just like Fabian did the other day. I should not have had that beer. Alright, let's relax. Let's relax. Get our head in the game. 3,800. I'm a lightweight. Okay. Speed, vertical speed, down.
Thousand to go.
Archers, arrivals. Man, we're making a mess of this now. Isla, Zulu, 26 left. Execute. Legs. So it's not giving me my other waypoints. Departures, arrivals. Next page. I want the Isla Zulu 26 left. Execute. I go to my legs page, see, I'm still... I've broken it, chat. Alright, mountains are happening, so let's, Alright, where are you? There. Alright, I just need that VOR to give me something here. Yeah, we've made a mess of this, but I like mess, really, for the purposes of this. Mountains. I see some ILS things happening. I think that's the technical term. All right, there's Reland. That's where we're shooting. We're going for there. I might as well just intercept the localizer whenever I can. Yeah, we're doing all right. I mean, it's a little sloppy. I could go for some checklists and things, but, you know. Alright, now I will slow down. I'm gonna slow down. Gonna arm the speed brake. Let's just get our gear down. VOR lock. Okay, we got it. Slow down. 15. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get myself into like full config here, I think. Alright, flaps 30. VREF. Set the heading. 5-9er. Whew! Schnikes. Yeah, only 15 knots of X-plane direct crosswind slightly to the behind. This will do it. All right, arm approach. Let this thing help us. Look at this, I'm even remembering this. I could probably do a checklist.
Landing checklist. Start switches.
Continuous.
Recall.
Check.
Speed brake.
Arm. Green light.
Landing gear.
Lights
Down.
up.
3 green.
Auto brake.
Auto brake 2 set.
Flaps.
Flap 30 set. Green light.
Landing lights.
On.
Landing checklist completed.
Wow. No, I'm not going around. We got it this time. We got it this time. All right, let me get a feel for my my throttles here. Why not have? I don't know. I thought I had set the minimums before, but I don't see them. All right, anyway. Okay, auto thrust off. Oh man, windy. Windy. But I will say, the ZIBO does feel good. The flight factor...
Approaching 26 left.
Alright. We've got this. We're visual. Flight director's off. Bird on. Like a pro. Trim down a little. Trim down a little. Look at the runway. Speed. Come on. Oh boy. So, for demonstration purposes only on landing, the wind is like blowing me like a crazy man. This is a go around. I should go around, but my wife is gonna come home in like 15 minutes. As everyone knows, that means you gotta put this thing
50,
down.
30,
Oh
Deep
man, we are
landing,
so
deep
fast.
landing, 8,000 feet remaining.
Alright, no problem. Alright, reverse full. Man, X-plane wind is no damn joke. Alright, we're heading to the strip,
80
boys.
knots.
Alright, manual brakes.
3,000 remaining.
Oh man. We're taking this whole thing. Taking this whole thing. Yeah, I'm getting pushed around like a go.
2,000
right now.
remaining.
I have lots of rudder input right now. I'm taking the whole thing. Holy crap, it pushed me hard sideways. I think it was that little bit of tailwind. Makes a big difference. I'm not slowing down. I'm not overrunning. I don't mind having an unstable landing, but I have my dignity. Damn. Never mind. We're not fired. Perfect landing. Stable approach. Perfect. We're going straight to the orb. Straight to the orb. Alright, what time we got here? 11. Alright guys, we're going, like I said, straight to orb. I don't think, the terminal is not for us today.
Approaching 8 left.
Clear. So yeah, as you can see, why I still need practice. Imagine I had to like be talking to someone, not chat, but like a person who is spending their like valuable precious time helping us navigate the virtual skies, and like I come in like that. I mean, hopefully I give him a laugh, but all right, flaps the speed boilers come in. It's too far to get to the orb. All right, but straight to maintenance, at the very least here. All right, so we had some fun there. That was fun and games. But overall, good flights today. Yeah, Santa. This sponsored stream by Santa. Where am I going? We're having too much fun now, guys.
Approaching 1 right.
Yeah, those carrier landings are terrifying.
On runway 1 right. Flaps, flaps.
Don't worry, Ras Lady. I'm taking you for the buffet. We both need the buffet today. No, that was for demonstration purposes so you can see how bad it can go when you don't go around. Like I told you, Santa, I'll always call the go around. Now, whether I do the go around is another question. Because, you know, I need to... I'm still learning how these aircraft feel. So I need to see why for myself, and then I can just show you why. So it's all teaching, you know? I'm forever the teacher.
Approaching 19 right.
So here, check approach pattern, Santa. Clear. Alright, straight to hangar. Still, I'm proud of us today. Even though that happened. Anyway, like as I was saying, I'm proud of us today. We got better today. The landing in Tucson was like legit one of my best landings ever, I think. Thank you, Santa. Yep, there's our boy. Well, buddy, I'm taking her straight in. We'll get the bus for the passengers. I know some of these airports you can go in the hangar. All right, we're getting a little close. Let's pull it up here. All right. Okay, so we're probably getting fired. I'm gonna have to write this report up in such a way. Good thing I'm a writer. I'll really. There was dogs. There was birds. My co-pilot was incapacitated. Exactly. But nevertheless, what a beautiful aircraft. And we're in Las Vegas. So let's go unwind. We have many ways to unwind in Las Vegas. So I say all of us, let's get the bus and limo service. But Nate is gonna go watch baseball now and finish his beer. I've had half a beer, so I can't even blame the beer. But man, that X-plane wind is just. I didn't respect it again. So I have only myself to blame again for that. Anytime you see double digits coming from that direction, you need to really, really pay attention. Because it pushed us direct to the right. Yeah, I do. I'm super stoked to fly that thing, actually. It's such a cool plane. I see it in Euroland. And I've seen one in Chicago. I think Americans, we don't fly any turbo props. Are they turbo props? I don't know why. Well, because people think it's weird to board planes from the tarmac, I think. Yeah, I know, you're a pro. Okay. Well, we made it. I should shut everything down, but like I said, we got Miss Nate is 10 minutes away. I haven't even started dinner, and I had a rough day at work, so you know I gotta have a talk with the boss. But the one thing that's good about this, like I said, failing, there's two ways of learning best in life. Teaching and failing. And we've done both of those today. So we can only go up from here. But I had a lot of fun. This was a super fun day. I'm glad that my work got delayed until next week because I can be a boys with toys. This is such a oh my god, I'm having such a I'm having a great week, but I'm gonna pay for this one. But like I said, thank you so much for coming in, guys. This is like so much fun for me, and this is the whole point of this. Is I love talking to people, and I know you're both two cool dudes, and yeah, you know, I'm doing my own thing. I know you don't love my music, Santa, but I do like chicken. I think that's gonna be on deck. So enjoy some King Gizzard and Lizard Wizard on the way out. I will be back. Probably not tomorrow. No, I need to work. Nate's gonna work tomorrow. That's how we're gonna also self-improve. But again, thank you so much. Thank you. Really, really. I have a lot of fun doing this, and it's been a blast. So let's go hit the strip. If you want to do other things involving the word strip, that's up to you. I'm going to the buffet. That's better than that whole scene. Have a good night, guys. Thank you again very much. Enjoy Las Vegas. See you later. Mark, I don't know if you hear that? This song talks about a Bruno. That's why I play this song. You know why. He needs to be in this chat. Anyway, bye guys.